Mitä se on nyt? 15 tuntia myöhemmin. 15 tuntia myöhemmin we are here again. Continuing the French domain. Se kipu, josta valitin viime kerralla, ei kyllä lähtenyt mihinkään, mutta saattoi olla lihaksissa jotain ongelmia, niin nyt kävin vähän hiromassa niitä, niin ehkä nyt ollaan paremmin. Paimon is lost. Paimon. Lost and found Paimon. Fontanian Maisons. Lataa se kartaa, vittu. Tätä nyt kestää, vittu. Ihan sama. Ehkä mä muistan, että mä otin tämän tästä. Vittu. Chemin les bon, you. Whatever the hell that said. Like the faint moonlight of yesteryear. Vittu. Tää ihan niinku Kingdom Heartsissa yksi vitun meistä. Mikä oli ihan perseestä, mutta... Nää. Otetaan bruh.
I came here several times with my father when I was little.
You wanna come again here?
After growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while.
Onko näin?
Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Minähän oot.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
Ei joo.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
Yeah. Sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
It's certainly worth celebrating. It was a pleasure working with you.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food.
Tässä on ihan vitusti ruokaa, holy fuck.
Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
Kuka vittu, what the fuck?
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off.
Chasm?
To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Mitä niiden kelloissa on vikana?
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
Paimon they never are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right?
No en mä nyt tiedä, mä oon investoitunut niin vitusti.
Like, what are your future plans?
I don't know, marrying your ass or some shit. What? We wanted to ask, say hi to our from information. But we haven't had much opportunity to do so.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended.
Ja hyvä vaan, fuck that bitch.
Didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Aha.
Yeah. We've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine.
For some reason.
It'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Of course.
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
Maybe, I don't know.
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
Minä oon tehnyt sitä ennenkin, the fuck.
Alright, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed.
Hey yo.
Wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers.
Hey yo.
Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
Hey yo, she about to throw me in jail, what the fuck?
That this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Bitch, is you dumb?
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
Onko se mukaan joku ganju tai jotain? What the fuck? How can you overlook something like that?
All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break.
No hyvänen aika
You
sentään.
did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
It's worth a try. Would someone with her present really feel shame?
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is
on. Did you drink my Fanta?
Fanta.
Was this your drink?
Taas kävi varas täällä. Eikä me nähty mitään.
Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
I'd have to agree, my drinks also tasted. I guess.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then.
Aha.
If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the
Kyllä
treat,
sulle vielä muutama kakku maistuu päivän.
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
Pitääkö sua kantaa? You could try walking, you know you could try floating a little low.
Nah, that would be so normal. You know, like you.
Mitä vittua?
Okay. As for expenses this month, you're left with...
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Hehe. Seems that was pretty tough for her. That was pretty pricey meal, all thanks to Paimon.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your request the highest priority.
Siisti.
In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya!
Armin! Hagihara!
Take it easy.
Fucking weebs.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Aranias might have been the last one.
Vache.
Varsågod.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Yes. And it's clearer than it was during the day.
That's kind of spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Kuitenkin ne on muuttanut ne ihmiset veeksi ja heittänyt ne tonne vetteen tai jotain. Voyage.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it?
Shut up, Paimon.
There might be something nasty in the water.
No mitä helvetti? I can feel strong emotions. Things are getting a little blurry.
Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right?
Varsågod.
Hey, traveler? Stop walking.
No,
Come on, wake up.
I refuse to listen to a small child. Oh! Not you. Oceanid. Mistä on?
Vache, are you my dear Vache?
No.
No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
I'm afraid not. I'm sorry. Who are you?
I'm... Wait. Who am I?
Sä oot Oceaniitti.
I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
You were once a human?
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore.
You lost your form! Vittu, voinko lakata toistamasta hänen lauseitaan?
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water. And then all grew dim.
Light blue water, could that have been? Could she be one of the girls who were dissolved? No vittu, obviously.
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril.
Not peril.
No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me. And I also loved him equally as much.
Wow, feminism.
But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be.
So you need me to find him?
No. Our reunion no longer has any meaning.
What do you mean?
There is no way for us to create any new memories.
What the fuck?
The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me.
No, I won't.
Tell him to move on.
I won't.
That is the only thing I still remember.
I believe it will be hard for him to forget you.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled
Kuitenkin se oli vaan Cher, joka tekee sen. Hän on joku Fontaine Swindler tai jotain.
If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
That means Cher was a witness to the fact that you dissolved.
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release.
What the fuck do you mean?
It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface.
Like you died or some shit?
I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
It seems that after the body is dissolved, some pleasure of the consciousness still remains.
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
En mä halua mennä Paimanin luokse takaisin. Is that Paimon? Aha, right. I wonder how much time has passed in reality.
Farewell then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
No. No. Nyt nukun. Oh! Mitä täällä tapahtuu? What the fuck is going on? Kuka aloitti sodan? What the fuck? What the fuck? Vitun dual blade. You really are poor. Sheesh. Not the fucking that one.
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex.
Oi vitun Claymore. Oh! Kucho Sara.
And
Apu joko saapuu. Nois.
quick, now's our chance.
What the fuck? Catch up. You little lesbians.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
What the fuck?
Followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I
Kuka
will
vittu on
not
Kallus?
betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father.
Daddy!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Mitä vittu ei?
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Emotional damage!
Did not consider your feelings.
Wow.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these garter mechs? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Näkemiin.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
What just happened?
Oh, thank goodness! I thought we were done for.
Eihän me koskaan.
Those guards
Meillä on
came out of
plot
nowhere
armor.
while we were unconscious, and Nadia and our gang saved us.
Gang vittu. There's 2 dudes. That's not a gang.
Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too.
Ihan niinku en
We
nähnyt.
got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, you're a fighter now, Paimon. Thanks for the rescue, Navia.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast.
Onko näin?
As such, we're still partners.
Vai
There's
niin?
no need to thank me.
No mitä helvettiä?
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
Mitä vittua toi edes
If
tarkoittaa?
it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Hän seurasi meitä.
To be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought.
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
What the fuck?
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky.
Wait, do you mean that I thought it tasted strange as well, but I couldn't be sure? What the fuck?
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yo!
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
Fortunately, Paimon, neither of us are from Fontaine, otherwise we would have been
I
dead.
sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as I could.
What? Why would they go after us too?
They didn't.
Defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Well,
Or did they?
you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
No siis.
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. He said that he heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time
Sano, että se on sun
it
faija
came,
tai jotain.
but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
According to Net, the ability to hear voices like that has to do with one's sensitivity to the hydro element.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
I also gained some new intel.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, of course. En minä nukkunut kuitenkaan.
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
The voice in the fountain belonged to one of the missing women. A person named Vacher was a witness when she dissolved.
Oh, that is important. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
Or maybe he's the perpetrator. If he's still alive, we should try searching for him.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
Alright, pardon by mean, do you mean us too, right?
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Of course.
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, traveler?
Mä nyt tiedä. Minä en jaksa enää taistella ketään vastaan. Minä haluan löytää minun sisko ja painun vittuun tästä Godforsaken landista. Messing with us will cost them. This will prove to be the biggest mistake.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
Kaikki nyt haluaa olla minun kanssa tekemisissä. Varsinkin kaikki hyvänäköiset muijat.
Let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for
Ei joo, ilmanen kämppä, let's go!
you. Have some plans to
Tarvitse mennä enää lyneten sohvalle.
deepen our bonds as partners.
Ei joo,
One step at a time, I guess.
I guess.
With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Ei teitä siellä tarvita, kuulkaa! Me annetaan vaan minä ja tuo nainen, kuulkaa! Vitus tonne pääsee. Menen nukkumaan. Onpas siellä pieni kämppä, what the fuck, pienet kalusteet. Asuuks noin vitun koiraeläimet siellä? Meow. I'm like a thief in the night.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
Okay.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Mitä vittua ajata sun viemärissä? Ootteko jotain kilpikonnia? You really are poor. Come on now. Doggy! Shepherd doggy. Pieni doggy. Hi.
Take it easy.
Kiitos. Kiitos, voi Jaanu. Mä menen nyt vittuun. Meininkin vitun Final Fantasy 7.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
No hehän ovat köyhiä päivän.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Hey yo, thank you well so much for my
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately.
No sen kyllä huomaa.
After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Vai niin?
Seems like it's tough times for everyone.
Onks teillä Patreon?
But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Vai niin?
Your father, he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right?
Feminismi on pettänyt Navian.
How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
Annas kun mä kerron miten sun faija
I'll
kuoli.
explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand.
No mitä vittua tässä on
My father's
epäunderstandable.
name is Callus. Yes.
Callus.
The same one they call Callus the Unfaithful
Ooh!
in the streets.
Not the streets.
3 years ago,
He
he
belongs.
was accused of murdering his own friend.
Oh!
But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Damn.
Oh no.
Almans.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence.
Tai sitten ne ois
But strangely,
huijannut.
he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it,
Rumor has it.
after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena.
Ehkä hän ei ollutkaan Almans.
3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
He did defend himself, and he died for defending himself. It does seem quite odd. Do you have any clues as to why?
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Sus.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed?
Probably.
Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even
Men.
hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me.
Hey yo.
And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Not Pop. Seeking the truth for the sake of your family. You know we're quite alike in this regard, so now we have to get married because we are so alike.
Mademoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
Shut up, Silver.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus
Silver right now, what the fuck, man?
Yet, all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Damn.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
Of course not.
No. Perhaps people
No.
just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that.
Ainakin
People love
modernissa
watching the
elämässä.
evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
Mhm.
How could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Coran.
Ei joo.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
No wonder the mood was a little strange between the two of you.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Niin, no mutta to be fair, hän teki vain työtään ja hän haastoi itse hänet kaksi taisteluun, joten kukaan ei voi syyttää ketään tässä nyt enää, että niin kuin tuotettu.
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either.
As she should
She
not.
knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Ja kauan siitä on.
Sorry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Miten sinä...
Miss Clorand
Paimon!
told us that at the start of the duel,
Kuka on tappanut sun faija ja milloin?
requested that she
What the
ensure
fuck happened?
Navia's safety.
Mitä helvetti? Uh-huh. Then that indicates that he intended to die in that fuel duel.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What
Papa.
madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me?
No mitä helvettiä?
All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
Vai niin? No, it's alright. Valita vaan kaikesta. I understand how important this is to you.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah. Paimon's beat.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Oho.
Whether it be
Tilaisuudensa.
responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, it all landed on Demoiselle's shoulders so suddenly. This won't do. I must become stronger.
For fucking what? There's nothing you can do. Vitruvius! Dumbledore. Rest.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe.
Onko näin?
Navia?
Näin?
The others go.
Mä lähetin ne
I sent them back to
pois.
Poisson. It's
Poisson.
Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters.
Ei oo.
There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back.
Hän vaan halusi hengata minun kanssa kahdesta.
But
Plus Paimon.
never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait,
Niin mitäs löysit?
so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Navia, please.
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere.
Feikki nimi.
I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're
There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to.
Okay.
And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanid you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
Recently? Siitä on varmaan ihan vitun pitkä aika. The bitch has lost her memories and shit.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you.
No, mitä?
Okay, let's go talk to him, shall we?
Se vaan pitää niitä siellä. There's nothing to maintain, vittu.
Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
Navia. Rest.
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Vaikka haluan nähdä Chief Justicea. Miksi te tulitte meidän paikalle, vittu? Mikä helvettiä siitä? Ei juosta kannella. Tai viemärissä. Vittu näitä tasoja.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Come on. Come on, Leah. Come on. Blessi. Knock, knock. Open up the door. Hello. Tuolla on ovi. Joo.
Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
Who cares?
This place does look pretty heavily guarded.
No, it doesn't.
Guess that proves that Neuvillette's files are really secure.
Siellä oli edes yksi vartija.
Don't you recognize us?
Älä nyt viitsi. Sä tiedä kuka mä oon, vittu.
Who are you? Just
Who?
to be clear,
Metal.
I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep, yep.
Jep, jep, jep.
If you're here
Hyvin
just
koulutettu.
to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Okay, that's all it takes for you to believe us?
Thanks so much.
Yes. Sinä olet kyllä yksi hölmö koira. Joka ei osaa enää puhua. Don't get any ideas. En minä. Knock knock. FBI.
Please come in.
Open up. And he's dead. Thanks to the dumb dog. Ne ja Navia mennään hyvin yksi yhteen. Monsieur. Paimon? Who asked what we did to get here, vittu?
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
For a man called Vache. He may have been an
Shut up,
eyewitness
Paimon,
to
ihan
a
oikeesti.
serial disappearance
You're so
case.
useless.
If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Browse.
Who knew that Neuvillette would be so easy to talk to?
Niinpä. Kovaisuus että se on faija. Kuitenkin se oli Neuvillette, joka teki kaiken taakseen.
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Yes, that's that on that. So we're back to square one.
Trevor, what if it was really just a dream?
Shut up, Paimon, I never just see dreams.
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ei tää nyt tässä voinut olla vittu. Kyllä jotain löytyy jostain. What the fuck?
Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel.
Can you?
Your father
Has your father died?
was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret?
Mitä vittua nyt?
You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words.
Ei oo.
You only said those things because you felt like you should.
No voi vittu, can you not rant? The fuck? Just take it and leave.
It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead.
He wanted to duel.
In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel?
Varmaan ensimmäinen kerta, kun mä näen, kun joku itkee tässä
Give me
pelissä.
the power to stop him from throwing his life away. Why did you just let him die? Despised and hated by all. Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone.
Okei, The vittu, don't police his ass.
So much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's
It's
go
okay,
travel
you're a
behind
woman, we can all understand it. Voi traveler ja pai. Sellaista. No, ja mä oon niin pahoillani, niin että sulla kävi tuolla.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine.
I'm not fine.
Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Okay.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Your father's case. Was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
But there was something you didn't know at the time.
Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
The fact that people can be turned into water.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a prize for a partner. You're completely right.
Mitä sä tekisit ilman mua?
The dots earlier. All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Poisson.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now?
Yes.
Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
The fuck? Tämä on varmaan ensimmäinen kerta, kun tää peli kysyy, että haluatko mennä samaan aikaan, vai we should go while the idea is still fresh. You can go first, I'll later. Onks tää nyt vähän niinku se, kun mä näin yhden klipin tosta, oliko se American Dad tai jotain, missä joku muija menee sanoi yhdelle jätkelle, että onks niillä joku sama tunti tai jotain, ja sit se äijä sanoi, että nähdään siellä, ja sit se muija vittu suuttuu sille ja hyppää vittu ikkunasta. Ja sit siinä lukee se vitun teksti, että men, we don't know what we did. Niin sitten selitys siinä oli se, että se muija olisi halunnut, että se sanoi, että haluat mennä samaa matkaa. Niin ehkä tää nyt sama keissi vittu.
Great, let's go then.
Anteeksi kun ränttäsin turhaan paskaa. Mitä vittua me täällä tehdään? Mikä lintu? Stop! Pääsi pakkoon. Hieno lintu. Kakao. Ush.
Whoa, what a huge ship!
Wow.
Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
Se tippui tänne, kun vesi laskeutui.
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
I think I'm starting to get why you liked.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past.
Mitä
I was
vittua?
confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
And that is based.
Take it easy.
Munasielu. Imagine sun nimi on Muna. Munasielu. Rege. Mä nousin regen rekkaan. Ja siellä... Kiitos.
Melus, we're back!
Meloosh. Moose.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
Poisson.
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Melus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could the mastermind be the same? Poisson.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a
Poisson.
glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
So it's a drug.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea.
Sinttiä.
If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions.
That's just the women, isn't it?
Completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, the boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem.
Eli se oli hän, joka sen teki.
But the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant.
Ei
The
joo.
man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Damn.
How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any
Ehkä sun
motive.
faija oli ihan sinttipäissään.
Back on it though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
So they could have belonged to someone who got dissolved.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Maybe your father got into an argument with Jacques, but it's also possible that the third person was to blame.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth.
Meinaatko?
On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as you're and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning.
Jos sä jatkat, niin sut tapetaan.
Is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice.
Mutta hän oli mies ja minä olen nainen ja naisilla on kaikki hyvin.
Most of its former glory. Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
You actually
This is
have
indeed the
character.
best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Malus.
Mitä ja tietää?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Nani?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness.
Oi vittu jätkä.
The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live.
Damn, bruh.
And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
Ei joo.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No ei kai, kun se oli vasta alus, bitch.
Their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
Yes.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle.
What do you mean?
What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
Daddy.
Couldn't he have just given it to me straight?
Nope.
No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
Naviolla on ehkä eniten vittu character developmentti tässä koko vittu pelissä. What the fuck? He gave you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where Synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters.
Sinne siis.
When he was
Maski päälle ja
threatening the
mennään.
enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Like what?
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
Guns blazing, the fuck?
We're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in
Fatuus.
operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Joo, kerrotaan niille, koska they definitely don't have snitches there.
During Mr. Linney's case, we have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Maloose.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Maloose. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to is that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time.
Okay.
There's someone else like him too. Marcel.
Marcellus?
Confrérie of Cabriere.
Uncle Marcel.
What is this? Confrérie?
It's a guild in Poisson.
Poisson?
Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods. But
Daily
now
goods.
they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
Sheesh.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Sister.
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support.
Sheesh.
It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
And you didn't think of this at all?
Please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from
Not the
our
quarry.
experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Maloose. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty.
No sen voi tehdä myös
And
huonosti.
before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today.
Poisson!
If it might help, you could also pay them a visit.
Let's go.
I can make the necessary arrangements.
Aw, thank you so much, Maloose. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Leave it to me, my queen.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Jahas, taas mennään. Here we go again. My. Miss vitus mä oon? Miss vitus mä oon? Tossa on toi... Missä jossain tässä? Underground. kai se oli toi.
Follow the wind.
No niin, Jacques. Nyt tulee ne kylään. Kiitos.
It is settled then. Please excuse me and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss.
Coraline.
Do you need anything from us?
Yes. Älkää sinä kato minua noin. Vitun Adele.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Ala käyttää tätä, me heitetään sut vittu pihalle täältä. For the streets. Let's not bother her for now. Miksei?
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Näin se on tullut sinun syysi.
If it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques?
No. Yes, what?
I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
Pääkii
I
vittu.
didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you, and to all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Ei joo.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really
No
can't
kuitenkin jotain
believe
bullshittia.
that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Wait, does that mean someone ordered Jacques to take out cows?
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
Good one.
Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well,
Because he was forced.
things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Onko näin?
And you should hold on to that.
He was a criminal for fuck's
He
sake.
had to do a bad thing. Then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh,
Oh.
Thank you for everything.
Oh yeah, he gave me money. Yes, the best dad ever.
We'll definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
I'll leave my husband's case to you.
He has a case.
Spina, and Miss Spina's friend.
Miss Spina, vittu, say my name, bitch! Respect my name! You ungrateful daughter of a bitch.
Hey, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florence should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city.
Marcellus.
I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
Doggy. Doggy. Voiko sinut ostaa siltä linnulta? Ei.
Boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Right in front of us.
It's something that dramatic? I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callis was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callis was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
Did he have a gun when he left?
I also remember 2 gunshots then.
Indeed. The guards said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques.
Paska
I've
Heini.
never really bought that explanation.
Pepeka Heini.
Reason being, Mr. Callis had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person.
Sure.
About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
It's very possible.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callis ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything, once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callis's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callis the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callis, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callis's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
My apologies, boss, for that last sentimental bit. It's
I'm the boss now.
Many years have passed while I've held my tongue. It's not often that I get to share my true feelings with others.
No niin. Yksinäistä olla mies, kun ei vois jakaa omituutta kenellekään. Missä tää paska on? Ylhäällä, alhaalla. Ja se on tuolla. Whee! Is it this one? Get to that. Oi vittu. Hauska. Underwater at the slums. Help me, I am under the water. Gay little magician featuring real life mermaid. Yes. Take a deep dive. Mi vittu nyt mennään. Se on poliisi. Emme tehty mitään, konstaapeli.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Who the fuck is you?
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callis did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Why would you say that out loud to him?
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Makes sense, it doesn't make sense.
Oh, Then you're officially in the clear, TA.
Onko näin?
Oh, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards. I'll see what I can do for you in Spina di Rasula when it comes to guard stuff, but don't go advertising it to everyone else.
Just, what is this? Adventurers Guild. Girlfriend!
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
Yes, yes. We meet again. Noni.
Ad Astra.
Vetä. Lähde vetää. Haha. Ophelia. What's the tell here? Mikä vittu? Megingon? Megingon? Mitä vittu? What the fuck do you sell? Aha. Fuck you, vittu. Caron. Crafting bench. Ai niin. Tämä on toi timanttikauppias. Banker, kelle sä vittu puhut? Me himas.
Time to go.
Mekka. Toivottavasti et ole vaarallinen. Troudin ja Gracier. Hienot vaatteet teille. New fabrics. My husband. Jaa. Katsokaa noita koiria. Shut up, bitch. Look at this distinguished gentleman. Yes. Ne käynyt puhua toisten päälle.
For tailoring services, please make a reservation in advance.
Ja kauppias täällä. Onks tuolla alhaalla? Vasari. Fontaa voi ostaa täältä. Juice! Hyvältä näyttää. Ja tehdään Bepsi. Bepsi Cola.
Hello. How may I help you?
Calcagnon.
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
He's gonna run.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Selityksiä,
it's all right,
selityksiä.
Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Paimon, mitä vittua nyt ihan oikeesti?
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation.
Kaikki on kännisai.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes. I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there.
Onko näin?
If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabriere will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around
Push
some
and
more.
peek.
See if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora.
Me voitais ottaa muutama milli.
All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Yeah! Marcellus setä.
Alas, why do these kinds of things happen to the kindest people?
Because they are kind. You have to be a cunt to survive in a cunt world. You may easily have time, but you will not easily obtain perfume made by Miss Emily. I don't need any perfumes. Because I am a video game character. And no one can smell me. Because Mihoyo has not written any voice lines where they say I smell nice or not.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
Se on se nainen. Hänellä on syy, motiivi, kaikki. Yeah, none of them really stood out as a sus.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years.
No ehkä sun faisu on vaan tyyli.
Even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
Oh bože.
But where should we start?
No vittu jostain nyt vaan.
You're right. Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with a gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
It doesn't make sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Bang bang. If it was Jacques, I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
Oh? And why is that?
Because I was gonna get killed anyways. Could he guarantee his safety after killing Gallus? Could he guarantee his family's safety after killing Gallus?
Oh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father.
Seems the third person was the one who derailed everything.
Makes sense.
Does
But
make
without
sense.
evidence, that's still just a theory.
Okay.
Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control Gardamex?
Flora, Thierry, Marcellus. Mä en usko, että se on Florentti. Eikö Thierry ole se kyttää? Maybe. Ehkä Marcellus. Siellähän on vissiin fyrkkaa.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex.
I'm the smartest
Still
ever been
really
smart.
hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Maybe it was someone else. Are you dead ass? Kaikki sen takia, koska se...
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha.
Then who is it?
I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Maybe it was someone else. Joku Sly Cooper peli perkele, käydään kaikki paskat läpi for the content.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, he mostly deals with personnel.
So it's someone else then.
So he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finance.
Why are we even talking about this?
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
He's broke. He's fucking poor.
He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly.
Eli turha keskustelu. GG.
Could it be?
I think... Poison. Irrelevant. Se on tämä.
You know?
He has the money.
Think everything through? Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of
I
all.
fucking told you, bitch!
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water. Down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable.
Se oli Melus.
And his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Next oli Melus. He's someone who is very close to you after all. Laitteisiin production based.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now.
Well, it's not like me ei olla vittu soluttauduttu johonkin ryssien luolaan helvetti aikaisemminkin vittu pelkän maskin voimalla.
We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
No sitten me hiipaillaan siinä helvetti.
There you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Mitä asiaa?
Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wasn't that
Melouche.
specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Hey, yo, what the fuck did he do now? Wait, laps.
What? Is that someone you
Yeah, that's my homie, vittu. What the hell?
We know him. Maybe
From the Rusland.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Not really. I could believe it.
How? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
Perfect
That's what I
culprit.
thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right. Because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah. And it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do?
Synth
We still
operation.
haven't found any conclusive evidence.
Synth operation. Let's split up. What the fuck? Me ei ole missään Scooby-Doo's helvetti.
Huh? Split up? What do you mean?
You can go to Ernie's while I'll go investigate that place. I'm confident in my combat abilities. Mitä vittu?
Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open.
Ei puhuta tästä ton kytän kuulen.
This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll
Let's
start
do
with
this.
the opera house and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though.
Are you sure about that?
Evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to
Ma'am, you would really do that? Holy, vittu se saatana heittää sut sijoille sen jälkeen. What the fuck? Leave it to me.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
Se suhde vaan murrenee.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
Me seurattiin teet koko ajan.
Heard that you'll be leaving Poisson.
Poisson.
Figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then.
Nähä. Baby gorilla.
Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus,
Miss vitus mä...
we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Minä olisin halunnut hakea sen saatanan teleportin. Vittu ei kai sitten. Olon kalastan. Vittu. Kalastustorppa. Pau pau. What the fuck do you want?
Take it easy.
Oh. Can you fuck off?
The wind knows you.
Access denied.
Mitä vittua toi chestit on?
There's nothing wrong with reaping a reward every now and then.
Wow.
Next on the agenda.
Täällä on kyllä nyt niin paljon tekemistä, että minä taidan painua vittuun. No niin, kalastaja. Nyt keskustelemme. De la Roche. Mitä sulta saa? Sour bait. Wave piercer. Oh, fucking hell. A sword. Energy recharge. Increase elemental skill crit rate. Mitä vittua? Elemental skillin crit rate vaan. En ole, että mä edes olisi hyvä. Hunajaa. Okei, noin on tuon paskat. Ehkä jos toi ihan vitun cracked jollekin saatan harkita asiaa, mutta... Nyt ei ala kalastelemaan vittu yhtään mitään.
Take it easy.
According to Malusa's info, the Sith's production base is
Näiden keräämisestä tulee ihan hirveet.
Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Rauskuja, anna mulle hyökkäysmahdollisuuksia. Rapuja. He ovat matkalla kotiin työpäivän jälkeen.
Finally found it. Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
Paimon, they never do, what the fuck. Well, they don't want it to stand out, yes, but I'm sure what we find inside will be extraordinary.
You're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and
Mistä lähtee
mechanisms.
sinä tosiaan puhuu veden alla?
Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Niin, ehkä me pitäisi sanoa, mennä sisään vittu, eikä ollut täällä. Jas. Epiclees. Onks tää niinku silleen back to back?
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia.
A
Do you
child
accept
will
the
do.
charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances
What the
case?
fuck, no!
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right?
He will win.
In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorent, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey, don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Man, with all due respect. Jos hänellä on mahdollisuus tapella itsensä ulos tästä paskasta, jota hän ei todennäköisesti edes tehnyt, ja hän todennäköisesti voittaa sen, why would you make think that he won't fucking take that? It's a fucking easy way out for him. It's a fucking Fatui Harbinger, for fuck's sake.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too?
Ooh!
I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No.
Minä en osaa tapella, minä olen vaan tyhmä.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly. We have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
Niin, ja vaikka te sen tekisitte, hän vaan haastaisi teidät ja sitten hän pääsisi pois. Eli tämä on ihan turha triali. Meillä ei ole kiire mihinkään. Meidän ei tarvitse edes syyttää sitä vitun äijää.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong
Oh
man.
my days.
What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui harbingers.
What do you mean it
Miss
couldn't
Navia,
be?
this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics?
Hey, yo.
We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default. Correct?
Oh. A young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway. So I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. What? Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
Sinä!
That person is...
My father. Tästä ei hyvä seuraa.
Marcel, the head of confrérie of Cabriere.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
Ok.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation.
Yikes.
Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived...
Yikes!
Please present your charges.
Yikes, dude!
I'd like to take everyone back to 3 years ago. To the case of Callus the Unfaithful.
Ah, these do it again.
Through elucidating what really happened in that case, can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case?
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now.
What do you mean?
The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabriere. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea. Something's not right. Let me think for a little while longer. The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility, and had sent out another assassin. This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead. A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself, but now it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
So that's what happened.
Yeah.
Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
Yes.
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home.
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
I mean, sure, joku on saattanut kadota ja sen kokoiset vaatteet saattaa löytyä, mutta niinku...
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette,
It doesn't make sense.
I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course.
Doctor statement.
All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand.
Clarand.
I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one
Siinä on
look and I can
ranskalainen.
tell if a duelist is hoping to
Raiden
live
Shogun.
or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
What the fuck?
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Not much you can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? If I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're
Let's
gonna
hear
tell
it.
me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women.
Bruh.
It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain.
Bruh.
In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya
Hey,
when I was
yo.
young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
Damn, only if we knew that.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault.
Belus, that's on your ass. That's on your ass.
Is there anything else?
You're the reason this relationship has been fucked.
Check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Yikes, dude.
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
Uh-oh.
At this rate, Navi will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
Navia joutuu vankilaan. You go into jail. You go into jail.
But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
Vittu, he's letting her hear it.
About me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache?
He knows?
So you do know that name.
He knows?
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
No niin, vihdoinkin vittu. Help me. I am a nuoto. Tämä on tosi jännittävää. What is this? Party setup. I think I don't need to change. Mut hyvä, että niin voi nykyään tehdä. Look at those dogs.
Stabilize. Into the wind.
No touching. Whoa! The floor is going up.
Is it?
Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Who fucking cares why it works this way? Meinasin mä nyt siis hukkaan.
We're way
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Älä jaksa. Unohdin napit. Viemäri auki.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But
We came from the bottom.
away from where we need to go.
Gather! One with nature.
Gotcha. Access denied.
Solidify! The wind knows me.
Busted.
No vittu, tää ei myöskään riitä mihinkään.
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
Nyt onko nopeampaa uida tälleen vai mennä veden alle ja sitten... Kunnon kellopeli appelsiini perkele. Yes, appelsiini. Pam 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 pam. Hello, motherfuckers.
One with nature.
Gotcha. No touching.
Gather.
Busted.
Into the wind.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum.
Täälläkö ne tislaa sitä vittu?
The mastermind isn't here.
If I'm not mistaken, he's being charged by Navi as we speak.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the opera house and help Navia. What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things.
Like what?
Accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
Naisten juttui, what the fuck? There's a name too.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
Ne on niitten uhrien juttuja. They probably belong to the victims.
Huh?
Yes, ja ne on pistetty noihin vitun juomiin, ja sit ihmiset on juonut niitä. Imagine people selling their bathwater, but now they're sealing the water with the people in it. May you can now drink your favorite female. Actually, drink it.
What's this over here?
Oh, here?
Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Damn, this is dark. What the fuck? Boy, Paimon, calm down.
Sorry, traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How could someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
Voi Paimon. Toisaalta eikö toi vitun tutorial tyyli ihan samanlainen ukko kuin tämäkin? Maybe it was him, who knows? The goal of the researcher is to save his lover, a woman called Vignier, who was dissolved.
So that's why he did all of these experiments.
Fine.
Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over?
I mean, he's trying shit. Vittu random bullshit, go. There's another name here. Vasher.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain?
Yes.
Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
No, he is the researcher.
You mean Vasher is the one who did all of these... experiments?
Yes, he signed off on a bunch of the experiment reports. The voice I heard from the fountain was probably Vignier.
So that's it! Vasher was no victim, but personally took his lover and...
Hey.
No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
Ehkä hän teki sen vahingossa ja nyt hän haluaa sen takaisin. The fuck? There must be more to this than meets the eye.
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Kirjoittakaa. Kiitos.
Whoa! There's so much synth here!
Juodaan.
So many bottles of ingredients that
Edetään perseet.
contain the waters of the primordial sea.
There are so many!
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample?
Notstuksen.
They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled.
Pitää olla.
There's even fruit-flavored synth?
For all them gays. Well, that's definitely proves that this is where they produce synth.
Yep, it's super obvious.
Jep. Minun tyhmä traveler. Eikö se ole niin selvä? Njam. Mikäs tää on? Mielenkiintoista.
Look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water.
That must be the water from the primordial sea.
That means this is where they make all the synth, and that special water is the main ingredient.
Kirjoita ylös.
If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
Meillä on myös kamera. Can we use it, vittu?
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes.
Missä sun lasit on, Paimon?
Callus. Navia's father.
Ja sun puikot.
Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
It's probably related to his and Jacques' case.
Yep. It's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
Yes. Is there anything else?
Hmm.
Onko koska minä osaan lukea tutkija.
Have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
They planned this well in advance.
They're all just so evil.
No ei oo ensimmäinen kerta, kun me tavataan ilkeitä ihmisiä. Kohdataan. Whatever. Who really is this Vasher?
Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Clever, but maybe not clever enough. Let's look again.
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
What else can we fucking see? The fuck? Vittu se viimeinen. Paimon, I found it. Pink kirja. Maybe. My dikkus.
You found her diary. Let's see. Aw, it's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
Take a look at this page. She made a list of baby names. Vasher? Vasher?
So many. A whole page's worth. But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them?
Maybe. Except Vasher.
Decided on was
Vasher? Mar! Mar!
Marcel's pretty old.
What?
Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vinier's grown son?
Eiks mä vittu sanonut, että se on varmaan vanha juttu? Tai et kuin vanha se voi vittu olla? I fucking knew it. I figured it out. Let's go, Pam! Nyt mennään vittua. Hyvä, niin sä et vois sanoa siellä oikeudessa yhtään mitään vittu. Shut the fuck up. Running in the fountain.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do know that name.
Oh my god. Mä olen oikeassa. Se oli myös Marcel. Huhhuh. Ei mennyt suhde hukkaan.
You'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia, we're back!
Yes, bitch.
As expected of my partner.
Hell yeah.
Just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Juuri sopivaan aikaan.
Do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
Shut up, father. We have evidence.
Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
Yeah, we did. You say you have never heard of Vache. This isn't it. Hold on. This isn't it. Hold on. This isn't it. Hold on.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that
Säkki sai
you've
töitä.
always been Vache.
No niin.
We've investigated your lair. We already know everything. After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far.
Se olikin vähän outoa, että venäläisellä olisi Marcel-nimi.
And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong?
Ei sillä, että Vacher olisi yhtään sen parempi, mutta...
You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
For our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this?
Hän myöntää sen. Kidnappaaja.
What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes?
Okei, joo, toki, mutta niinku ei oo sulle mitään velkaa, vittu. Get a grip.
No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Venier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow.
Mutta et seurannut häntä
But
sitten.
I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved.
Aivan.
No matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
No juokoot vittu.
I can't dissolve. Can't dissolve. Can't dissolve. Do you all see? I can't go. I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter.
Hey, yo!
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Venier. Her promise. We made a promise. Venier! Please, Venier! Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vache and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Venier. During an underwater expedition, Vinier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vinier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Mr. Vacher is
gay.
Guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Take Vacher / Marcel away.
It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Niinpä.
We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Navia! Navia! Soita sille joku biisi sun Gettoblasterille.
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
Miksi onkin hauska, että ihminen on saat luottanut ties kuinka pitkään, oli ihan paska.
You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Minä en ole hyödytön nainen.
It's been a most delicious piece of drama. The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage
Not
left?
side character.
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
Oh fucking what? Oh fucking what?
That's not funny. Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui harpy?
No siis, mutta ei tässä caseissa varmaan.
Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle.
Weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
Onko tämä jotain rassismia, kun ne on molemmat ryssiä, vittu? Child has been declared guilty by the Oratrice. Just what is going on in here?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict.
Ok, mutta onko joku koneen mielipide tärkeämpi kuin teidän? What the fuck? Niinku, mihin se perustuu se koko paska?
Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
Nyt taistelen.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
Go off, King. He's going sicko mode. Sheesh. Let him. Hey, yo, Daddy. What did you do? Hey, yo.
If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Vittu, he knocked his ass out. Whose blood? Child's?
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
If even the Chief Justice doesn't know, then we have no choice but to ask the Archon himself.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it.
Onko näin? Miksi sä oot niin vihainen kuulonen?
Hey, stop staring at me!
She's going insane.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
And why is she so impulsive?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Niin, eli tossa koneessa ei ole mitään järkeä.
The verdict's reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
No. Fuck no.
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court?
Yes, we did.
Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken?
Yes, we did.
The result of some sort of random mishap?
It is a machine at the end of the day.
You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment! If you thought child had nothing to do with the serial disappearance
Not you calling him
case,
child.
it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable! All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
Ei vitus.
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Ei se tiedä mistään mitään, se on epäpätevä. Way to pull the rug out from under her.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
Clearatkaa hänen nimensä.
Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
No mitä vittua, ei nyt välttämättä. Daddy, why you look like that, Daddy?
Oh, Monsieur Nervalet, that power you showed when you took him down. Who are you really?
I am a father.
I am the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it, then it makes a mockery of justice.
Mani. Se ei vielä todista mitään, taistele kanssani! Missä on sinun... Knossis? Ei se oo Knossis, mikä vittu se on se paska. Ei näy. Kauanko se on ollut sinun housuissasi? Tämä sirkus on nyt ohi. Menkää kotiin. Siellähän on.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Heitä sitä miekalla.
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Eikö sun pitäisi olla mätänemässä vankilassa?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vache?
Sun muijas. Kuiski se minun korvaani.
So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Yes, I met her.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it?
It was around the Fountain of Lucine, something to do with the sensitivity to the hydro element.
The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans? Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs?
Are you not human? That explains something.
Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Kuitenkin tää on se oikee Fontainin. Mikä vittu se sana on? Se jumalapaska. Ja se vitu furina on vaan joku lelu.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Back then I drank water from the primordial sea. It heightened my sensitivity to hydroelement.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Kuinka kauan toi vaikutus kestää?
Vache!
Vache? Vache!
I'm here! Where are you, Vignier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
Vignier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vignier!
Vache, why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
Liian.
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vignier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
Sä oot elänyt jo yli 20 vuotta, what the fuck, man?
This world would be better off without you.
Hey, yo! What the fuck?
If not for you,
that's messed up.
I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day.
Hey, yo!
If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts.
What the fuck?
And my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia.
No sinä et sitä tiedä.
If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
Sinä koskit, mitä vittu? That's so dumb.
Wait, you are not Vignier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vignier. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals.
Oh.
But we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony.
Lemony.
I'm Azine.
Crossing.
The only one I am not is Vignier.
Mutta eiköhän kuulu teihin myös.
Where is Vignier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore.
Why not?
Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did?
Damn.
If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist.
Sheesh.
The only thing you are not is Vignier's beloved.
Oh! Emotional damage.
And her consciousness merged with Vignier's. She has had nothing but pure hatred.
Vittu se on kaukana. It looks like I didn't meet Vignier back then either. They must have wanted me to learn Marcilla here from the very beginning.
No! Vignier! She can't hate me. Let me see her, please. Have mercy.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignier. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Are y'all gonna kill him? Vaase. Jaiks. Kaikki feministit, jotka olen suututtanut. Damn. Lost his soul. Little did he know that he would get so much emotional damage.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh.
Tuolla on Donits.
It's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Shopping is stressful in its own way, though. My legs are killing me.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Money?
This weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Hey, vain.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Ei oo.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
What the fuck does that even mean?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the court.
Poisson.
Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come.
No mitä helvettiä?
This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago.
Things turned out as well as they could have.
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service.
Okay.
Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
Hey yo, without me?
Are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vashay's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time. So we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarand wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
Let's have a
to
look.
my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Can I come too?
We want to go too. We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me.
Ayo.
After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Ai niin.
This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It can't be.
Oh, easy.
Isn't that Dervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Miksi?
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Nerf.
What the fuck are you?
In any case,
Se on joku...
why did you come to Poisson?
Mikä vittu se sana on? Haltia.
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, people consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
My guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Ah, so Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done.
How long did we wait? Holy shit.
Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
Well, you're not usually supposed to fly around someone's grave.
Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly.
You would walk with them.
Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad.
Wow, she took it seriously. Haha, Paimon, you fucking idiot.
Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
I don't think we even need to talk to her ass.
Paimon's really sorry, Navia, but Paimon did something pretty disrespectful just now.
What are you saying, Paimon? I don't think I get it.
Well, aren't you not supposed to fly around someone's grave?
Huh? Who told you that?
Not me.
Hey, traveler! Why did you mess with Paimon again?
That's none of your business, vittu. None of your goddamn business. Let me meme, vittu. Ovatko nuo housut? Vai jonkun jatke? Varmaan housut. Todennäköisesti joo. I don't know. On jännä, että on nuo veistetyt tommoset tyhjät kohdat. Alrighty then.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Nope.
We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
We just followed her.
I see.
Stalkeri meininki.
Then is there something that I can help you with?
Yes, missä mun sisko?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine. and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
About water from the primordial sea.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea. But what is it really?
Se on jumalten
Truthfully,
kusta.
that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vache and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
Vittu, primordial
The primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vache discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know
Ikiaikainen.
everything, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Varhaismuinainen auto.
If that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Nah, I'm good. About the prophecy that has been circulating around Fontaine.
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
Yes.
That's right! It was Linny that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
Onko?
Two parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
No.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Hyvä, että se vaan ignoras ton viimeisen kommentin. Oh, child.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion.
No mitä.
However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it.
Mitä?
Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness.
What the fuck?
Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
Meaning?
So when Linny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though. The time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly
Iivile olla salebustaa sen ulos sieltä.
we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
I wanna see that fight. My sibling.
Your sibling? Another blonde-haired traveler? I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epiclese. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you.
Oli taas yksi vitun hyödytön paska.
To leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memoria.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Monsieur.
Raymond thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Ei mulla koskaan semmosia hyvänä aika.
And so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right. You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Se on lakannut jo aikoja sitten, mitä vittua. Wow. Running stream. Memory of running stream. Minun stream. Pelkkä muisto vain. Tai no. Onko se muisto, jos ei kukaan muista? I don't know. Mutta sit taas toisaalta. Jos puu kaatuu metsässä ja kukaan ei ole kuulemassa sitä, niin se silti kuuluu se ääni, vaikka kukaan ei kuule sitä. Plus se on minun muistoissani, joten tämä kaikki oli ihan turhaa. Poison! Missä vitus on? Poison! Näin.
Follow the wind.
I follow the wind. Tää helvetti hilikurkku siellä seisoo. Rapuja. Scuba diveri.
Beautiful treasures are a cause for great happiness.
Hieno kämppä.
A chest full of valuables.
Tää vittu äijät on vanginnut siilejä. That won't do.
Quietly now. Access denied.
Kaikuuko täällä? Älä heitä sitä, älä polta sun kasveja.
Picked the wrong test subject.
No niin, jatkat, let's go. 3 muskettisiljet. Kiva musiikki soi.
Busted. Born of ice and frost.
Holy shit!
And all the more valuable for it.
3 chestia. The hell is this? Kuka vittu mulle suttu? Yes. Okei. Okay. Semmosta. Semi-automatic forge. Olisiko se sitten tämän äijän storyquestin vuoro? Holy! Vittu, look at him. Savinier. Olis tää jos joku tarkoituskin? Voisin saada... no niin. Saadaan Fontainin deilejä. Charlotte. Ai niin. Justin.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like...
Haluan mennä tekemään Lynin storyquestin. Sen minä haluan tehdä seuraavaksi.
Take it easy.
Oli hetken ajan vielä tosta biisi siitä. Vittu, saatana helvetti osaan puhua. Mieleen se biisi siitä vitun kaanoteiden kulkurien elokuvasta, joku siinä vitun siimelaiset kissat tulee just vähän sen jälkeen. No. This is Charlene.
What's she doing this time? Oh, looks like for an interesting time if we go check it out, shall we?
Kyseleekö, että paljon ihmisten outfit maksaa? A bug nail.
I see. So you believe that this warning letter was sent by the Phantom Weasel?
Weasel!
Absolutely, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Phantom Weasel never acts as you expect. He must have faked his own death 10 years ago using a body double. Now that he's back, I'm sure the guards who worked on his case back in the day are in for a headache, but however this turns out in the end, the one thing it won't be is boring.
Couldn't agree more. As a journalist, I'm gonna get a lot of mileage out of this one. Thank you, sir, for your time. Now, whom should I interview next?
Me.
What a coincidence! Fancy meeting you here. Perfect timing. So, the Phantom Weasel's latest warning letter. What are your thoughts?
I don't know who Phantom Weasel is or what his warning letter does.
Yeah, this is the first time we're hearing of this one. Could you clue us in?
Huh? Oh, sorry.
Tykkään tuosta valkoisesta pussista, joka on Charlotten reidän ympärille kierrottu.
Well, not to worry. You're in good hands because I'm a professional. The story goes like this. 10 or so years ago, a phantom thief became active in the court of Fontaine, known only as the Weasel. Nobody knew his true identity, and the authorities never managed to catch him.
Wow, cool! He sounds like one of those mysterious night burglars that you read about in novels.
Precisely. Well, except the part where they actually have a good reputation. Our Weasel targeted whatever people held dear, and no one was safe from his predations. He would just as soon steal a necklace from a rich merchant's safe as he would a toy doll given to a commoner child for their birthday.
Sounds like an absolute weirdo.
I know. The phantom thieves you read about in novels rob the rich to pay the poor, but this guy did not discriminate. Unsurprisingly, this didn't work wonders.
A true feminist.
Every man and his dog wanted to see him behind bars.
His dog.
So, did they catch him?
Not exactly. There's a good chance that the Weasel would still be at large to this day if it hadn't been for an accident 10 years ago.
Mitä tapahtui?
A magician named Caesar fell to
Cesar.
in a botched high-altitude escape performance.
Ei oo.
When the police went through his personal effects, they found a hoard of stolen loot and gadgets used for criminal activities. And that was how the Phantom Weasel's identity was revealed to all.
Yeah.
Sure enough, thefts in Fontaine went down after Caesar's death. But today, 10 years on, the notorious thief has once again issued one of his warning letters and pasted it on the gate of the Opera Epiclese for all
Se on vaan joku huijari.
I
Copycat.
squeezed for the crowd this morning to get a photo as soon as I heard. Here, it's this one.
Harakan varpaat.
So, this is the warning letter, huh? Let's see what he wrote. 3 days from now, when evening falls, I shall take from you that which you hold most dear at the Opera House, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
Okei.
This is, without a doubt, a clear declaration of criminal intent.
Ehkä se vie sen vitun koneen.
Playing low, the Phantom Weasel is back with a vengeance. What once seemed like an open and shut case has been blown wide open again. But why has he re-emerged now? And what does he want? I sense an epic scoop.
Scoop.
And I'm going for it.
Uh-oh. If this thief will steal anything that other people value, does that mean even we might be targeted?
Älä huoli, Paimon. Kukaan ei halua varastaa sinua. He might steal all your favorite snacks. He might try to nab you, little Paimon.
But Paimon doesn't want to get kidnapped. Well, he'd have to go through you first. You would stop him, right?
Okay, the people have spoken.
Ei oo, siellähän on.
The public are very concerned about the Phantom Weasel's reappearance. Let's see, I've got a photo of the letter, my interview notes. Yep, that should be enough to form the skeleton of my article. It does feel like something is missing, though.
Yeah, the dude from his own story quest.
Exclusive. Who should I interview next? I need someone with a more concrete connection to the Weasel. Is that who I think it is?
Lemmy!
Looks like he's performing some magic.
Magic. Magician. Caesar! The Phantom Weasel! That's it! Let's go interview Linny! You see, the original Phantom Thief Caesar was a magician too! And what do Phantom Thieves and magicians have in common? They both have an air of mystery about them. Perhaps there's a connection there.
Are you serious? What sort of a deduction is that?
Oh, relax! My journalistic instinct tells me that an exclusive news story is beckoning. Let's go! No time for delay!
Mitä helvettiä, olisiko se tyhjiif? Take a guess.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
2 tuntia. No way. David.
Wow, Mr. Magician! How did you know which card I picked?
Because I'm smart and you're dumb.
Come closer, and I'll let you in on my secret. Magicians have a special skill called telepathy, which means we can read other people's minds.
Really? Then, what am I thinking now?
You're thinking about that hot bitch on my left.
Well, first you need to relax, because I can see that you're clenching your fist in your mind, as if to say, no, I mustn't let him guess it.
Aww.
And now you're getting a little flustered. You're trying to find a way to empty your mind, to think of nothing at all. But the more you try to hide a secret, the easier it'll come out. You snuck out from home today, didn't you? You told your family a little lie so you could come out and play. Now, that's not a good habit.
You can tell? Oh boy, you really can read my mind.
Of course. Oh, and that's the end of my performance. You should really be heading home. Remember to apologize to your family, all right? They must be worried about you.
All right, got it. Bye, Mr. Magician.
Hey, Linny?
Why, hello. We meet again. Are you looking for me? What's the situation?
Well, why don't you guess, Mr. Telepathic?
Oh, please. You didn't believe that spiel, did you? The power of telepathy is quite beyond me.
I'm sure that child would beg to differ. Seemed like you were right on the money.
That was nothing more than a little trickery. I made an educated guess based on his micro-expressions. That, plus the fact that he was the only kid here without his parents, and he looked as guilty as sin. He made it easy for me. You guys, on the other hand... let me guess. Don't tell me you're here for the Phantom Weasel, are you?
Phantom Weasel!
Cut it in one! Is this more of your trickery at work?
Wait, really? No trickery this time. It was pure luck. His warning letter's been the talk of the town, so I figured that maybe you were asking around about that.
Bingo! I plan on
Bingo, that's his name.
reporting on the latest news about the Phantom Weasel. So, Linny, what are your thoughts on this infamous thief's reappearance?
To be honest, it makes me angry.
Miksi?
Angry?
Why are you so angry?
You read his letter, right? The Phantom Weasel claims he's planning something in 3 nights' time at the Opera House. That's the night I'll be performing there.
What are the chances? Wait a minute, you don't think he's after you, do you?
Se vie mun sisko.
Well, if he is, then his warning is clearly a direct challenge to me personally. And if he's not, then it's still going to be a huge headache for me. The mere mention of the weasel's name is enough to scare people off. So once the contents of that letter get out, barely anyone will be showing up to watch my show. But I've been preparing for this for a long time. I'm not about to let him ruin my big day. This leaves me with only one choice. I have to expose the Phantom Weasel's identity before the show begins.
Really? So what you're saying is, we might get to see a live duel between a famous magician and an infamous thief? Wow, this has exclusive written all over it.
To be honest, I'm not sure if I'll emerge the victor. The Phantom Weasel is a notorious crook, infamous for his inscrutable methods.
You're being far too modest, Linny. I think your magic tricks are even more inscrutable than those of a thief.
Thanks for the compliment, though I have to say, I don't care much for the comparison. A lot of people liken magicians to thieves because we both have the ability to make things disappear without the person noticing. But there's an important difference that these people overlook. Allow me to demonstrate with a quick magic trick. Here, I have a flower, just an ordinary flower that was picked not long ago. Watch it carefully now. 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
It's good!
That's the question. Where did it go?
No, eikö sun pitäisi tietää? Se on hattuus.
Therein lies the difference between us. Thieves make precious things disappear, but only magicians make them reappear. If I could now invite you all to check your clothes, there might be a surprise in there somewhere.
A surprise? Let me see!
Huh.
It's right there! But how? You haven't moved this whole time!
What an outstanding trick! Sorry, Linny, it seems that my previous praise was woefully inadequate. Clearly, magic is the superior art form to theft.
Don't worry, I didn't take offense. I just wanted to take the opportunity to perhaps change some of the preconceived notions you might have about magicians. Since Caesar's death, a lot of people associate magicians with criminality. It can be quite frustrating.
I can imagine. Coming back to your trick just now, might I presume that you are well versed in floral symbolism? For example, magicians often use rainbow roses in their flower-related performances to represent passion and romantic encounters. But you used a Lumidu spell, which, if I'm not mistaken, allude to separations. I'm curious to know if there was any deeper meaning behind this choice?
Impressive knowledge. It's no wonder you're such a successful journalist. But I'm afraid I don't know the first thing about floral symbolism. I'm just in the habit of using Lumidu spells in my magic. It sounds like something I should look into, though. I'll buy myself a copy of Fontaine's Floral Language Facts when I have some time. But it'll have to wait until this Phantom Weasel business is behind us.
Well noted. In that case, this brings us to the end of our interview. I, for one, am looking forward to the final showdown between you and the thief. Please feel free to get in touch to update me on any further developments. Otherwise, I will of course see you at your show in 3 days' time. But let's hope the Phantom Weasel is caught by then. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. You've given me lots to work with here, and I've got no time to lose if I want to write that exclusive piece. I'll see you all later.
Bye-bye.
So, Linny, are you gonna tell us how you did that flower trick now?
I'm afraid that's my little secret.
Well, magicians are entitled to their secrets. But Paimon's really itching to know how it's done. You feel it too, right? So itchy.
The Phantom Weasel. You sure you'll be able to handle him?
Not so itchy then, huh? Well, since you're so concerned, how would you like to serve as my temporary magician's assistants and help me investigate?
Missä sun siskonsa?
Sounds fun. Assistants are technically
No, we're just assistants.
Also, it'll bring us one step closer to figuring out how that darn trick is done. Shall we go for it?
We will help you with your investigation. What's your plan?
Excellent. Thank you for putting your trust in moi.
In moi.
The first thing we need to look into is who Caesar really was. If he truly was the Phantom Weasel, that means that the weasel is dead, and whoever wrote this warning letter is just a copycat criminal.
Kopiokissa.
But if he wasn't the weasel? Well, that'll make things more interesting. It would mean that the weasel lives, and he's been laying low all this time in some corner of Fontaine. And if we're investigating Caesar, his fiancée Gemma is a good place to start. Word is that she visits the cemetery often, so I asked Lynette to wait for her there.
What the fuck?
We should make a move. Let's go and rendezvous with Lynette.
Aika pimeätä toimintaa. Moi vituran vatura. Pääseekö täältä ylös jotenkin? Ollaan lähellä. Nää se on tuolla. Näkee jo vittu.
Take it easy. Wing strike.
Oh my days. So fucking annoying.
Time to go. Who says there aren't benefits to a...
Take it easy.
You took your time.
Se oli vaan Charlotte.
I bumped into the traveler and
Puhui
Charlotte
liikaa.
en route, and we ended up chatting for a while.
It's been a while, Lynette. We're working as Lenny's temporary assistants in the investigation of the Phantom Weasel.
Thank you. It's good to have you helping.
So, what's the situation? Have you seen Gemma?
Nope. I've been here a while, and she still hasn't shown up.
How bizarre. Maybe it was bad intel. Well, we won't get anywhere by standing around waiting. Traveler, Paimon, let's go ask around.
Ask who? These people minding their own business? Oh my days. Gracia. Juliano. Baltasar. Hän on Baltasar.
Excuse me, good sir. Do you by any chance know a Gemma?
Etteikö te näe, että mulla on suuri työkäs?
Caesar's fiance? Sure I do. What's this about?
I'm just trying to get a hold of her because I need her help with something. I heard she comes here a lot.
Yeah, she does. Poor thing. It's no secret why either. She's heartsick. Ever since Caesar passed away, she's been coming here once every week to clean his grave. Often she just sits there in front of his headstone, lost in thought. Sometimes she talks to herself. I asked her what she was doing once. She said she wanted to speak to him again. She knows he's gone and can't hear her from the grave, but she just likes to spend time there, telling her fiancé all about how her life is going.
she's been doing this ever since Caesar passed away? Oh, so 10 years. Wow. Their love must have been really strong.
I'll bet. Caesar's reputation fell apart after his identity was revealed, so no one else visits his grave. Gemma's the only one who still thinks about him after all these years. I don't know if the mind lives on in the waters after death, but if it does, I'm sure Caesar must be grateful to have someone who remembers him fondly. If I'm honest, I think this is all so unfair to poor Gemma. Her fiancé was a low-life crook. He doesn't deserve someone like her. Anyway, all of that said, she's running later than usual today. Normally, she'd be sitting in front of his grave by now. I wonder if she's okay. Well, that's everything I know, I'm afraid. You might have more luck asking some other people.
All right, well, thanks for sharing all of this with us. We'll keep asking around.
You're welcome. I just hope she'll be able to move on one day.
I don't know. 10 vuotta olisi pitänyt olla jo. It's kinda weird.
I'll wait for you here and see if Gemma shows up.
Okay. Hänellä on shortsit.
Take it easy.
Booty shorts. Sub dog. The ceiling.
Beautiful treasures are a cause for great happiness.
Joku vitun pöytä.
Born of ice and frost.
Did you hear the news? They're saying that Phantom Weasel's back.
Phantom Weasel.
You're kidding. Wait, isn't he dead?
I don't know anymore. All sorts of news flying around nowadays. I can never tell what's true and what isn't. But what if, just hypothetically, I mean, what if this weasel's the real deal and Caesar was framed?
Called it. Seriously, 10 years ago, on the day it all went down, I said to myself, you know what? This guy's been set up. The Caesar I knew was a good guy. He gave balloons to children on the street, for Pete's sake. What, are we supposed to believe that he was a balloon thief or something? Give me a break.
Oh, please. Weren't you the one cursing his name to high heaven when the police announced the news? You were all, oh, that gosh darn lousy son of a, you think you know a guy, or words to that effect.
Wait, did I say that? I don't seem to recall.
Sorry to interrupt.
Hello there. Sorry for disturbing you, but I couldn't help but notice you were discussing the Phantom Weasel. We're actually quite interested in this topic as well, but we're struggling to get to the bottom of it. Do you think you could spare a moment to tell us a little bit about Caesar?
You've come to the right people. Yep, I was there. Back when Caesar used to perform magic tricks on the street. He was a great magician. The best trick I ever saw him do was pop a transparent balloon, only for a whole bunch of doves to fly out from the inside. I was right up close and didn't blink or look away once. But for the life of me, I still don't have the faintest clue how he pulled it off. Really incredible stuff.
I saw him perform too. He always used to bring some gifts along for the kids who came to watch his show, and he'd hand them out after he was done. Sometimes he even got the kids to write their wishes down, and then he'd make the items on the wish list appear in his next show.
Huh. He doesn't sound like such a bad guy.
That's sus as hell.
After he died, there were also rumors that he used the wish list to find out what was precious to people, with the intent to steal it later. As I'm sure you know, the Phantom Weasel would steal just about anything from anyone.
Whatever the case, now that the Weasel is back, Caesar's become a hot topic once more. I bet Gemma must be pleased. If Caesar's name gets cleared, maybe it'll finally give her some solace after all this time. No, speak of the devil. That's her over there. If you've got any more questions about Caesar, she's definitely the one to ask.
So that's Gemma. Is it just Paimon, or does it look like something's wrong?
Why is she so old?
It looks like she's injured. Come on, let's see if she's okay.
Kuin vanha se ukko oli vittu?
Hi there. You're Gemma, right?
Menkää pois! Älkää häiritkö minua! Saatana. Lapset.
Who's asking?
Who?
Don't be afraid. We mean no harm. It looks like you're injured. How bad is it?
I'll live.
Thanks for your concern, but you didn't answer my question. Who are you, and what do you want with me?
My name is Lynn, and this is my sister Lynette.
My name's Paimon, and this here's the Traveler. We're investigating the Phantom Weasel.
The Weasel posted a warning letter this morning. If he still lives, that means that Caesar was falsely accused. You knew Caesar better than anyone else. So if you're willing, we'd love to hear what you think about all this. I promise you can trust us. We won't hurt you. In fact, we'll do all we can to keep you safe.
What do you mean?
I never believed that he was the Weasel.
Huh. I suspected as much. Okay, so going back 10 years, do you remember anything strange in the weeks leading up to the accident? Did Caesar have a falling out with anyone, for instance?
No, not that I know of.
Okay, Lynette.
All right. Sorry for disturbing you.
If you don't have any more questions, please leave. I want to be alone with him.
Twinsons, please leave.
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely something fishy about her.
She's lying. She definitely knows something.
Mitä hän tietää? Perhaps he simply doesn't trust us.
That's fair. We're just a bunch of strangers who showed up and started questioning her about things that happened a whole decade ago. It makes sense that she'd be wary around us. In any case, I doubt we'll get any further here, so let's call it a day. Meet me outside Hotel de Boer tomorrow, and then we'll start the next step of our plan.
Alright. Alright. Where is that bitch? Where is she? Next morning, kello 8. Ihan vitun pitkä aika, oh my days. Fuck! Onks tää 2 minuutistakin katsotaan? Oh shit! Ei oo 2 minuutistakin. Sheesh.
Over here.
Lynette's not joining us today?
I've had her follow Gemma and see if we can make any inroads with her.
Mitä vittu?
They should be at a cafe right now. Still, I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us. So, we need a contingency plan.
What should we do? Where should we start?
Today, we'll be looking into a guy named Lorenzo.
Lorenzo!
Assistant. When Caesar passed away, all the stolen goods discovered in his home were confiscated and returned to their rightful owners. But Lorenzo was the only one privy to all his magic secrets, and he inherited his craft. Before long, Lorenzo was the next big magician in town, his fame surpassing even that of his master, and it made him very wealthy. He's since left the magic scene, though, and these days, he's a wealthy businessman with his fingers in a lot of different pies. I had to pull a lot of strings, but I managed to get him to agree to a couple of drinks with me. Be warned, though, I hear he's got a hair-triggered temper.
Okay.
We'd best be careful.
Impulsiivinen ukko vai? Where is that bitch? Where is... Elwise Critic. Mistä olette kriittinen? MP Genshin Impactin naishahmot. Sanguinetti. Mitä sulta saa? Se Duck. Cream. Aspic. Ass pictures. Grass. Bitch lasagna. Croissant. Seafood soup. Sausage. Lion.
You neglected to mention that you were bringing 2 other people with you.
My apologies. These 2 are my assistants. When they heard that I was meeting with the former Magic Maestro himself, they begged and pleaded with me to bring them along. And if it's no trouble, a couple of autographs would really make their day.
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
Nää on kokkisysteemi tuolla takana.
Get a load of this guy. Forget the pleasantries, he says, but he looks pretty happy about Lenny stroking his ego.
Kai
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a favor and cut to the chase. I have more important things to do than drinking.
Much obliged, sir. As it happens, the matter I want to address is also related to magic. Yesterday morning, a warning letter from the Phantom Weasel appeared on the entrance to the Opera House. He claims to be planning something for the same evening that I'm scheduled to do a magic show there. As such, I believe that I may well be his target. I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure that my show can go ahead as planned. Naturally, any investigation into the Weasel starts with a few questions about Caesar, who...
Kukakohan se viiseli saattaisi olla? I wonder.
What is there to investigate? Caesar was the Weasel, and he's been dead for 10
Weasel
years.
was the
So if
Caesar.
some sick creep thought it'd be funny to write a warning letter. It changes nothing. Are you trying to tell me you actually bought it?
Please, sir, no need to get so worked up. I do concede that a copycat is but one possibility.
Ja se on hän.
Possibility, it's a fact, Lenny. Look, my patience is limited, so listen carefully while I'm still willing to put up with you. The Weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows that, so do yourself a favor and quit this investigation. It'll lead you nowhere. Look, if this affects your magic show in any way, I will personally compensate you for any losses.
Okay, that's weird.
Honored, really, but this isn't about finances for me. My pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenzo. Copycat or not, this person has thrown me the gauntlet, and I must meet their challenge head on.
Your pride? Don't mince words with me, boy. Just tell me, what exactly are you seeking to do?
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity. I have to know for myself what really happened 10 years ago.
What would that accomplish? And what are the
No,
events
siinä on
of 10
pitkää
years ago have
tekstiä.
to do with you anyway? Look, you of all people should know that a magician never reveals their secrets. And in any case, dead men don't talk. So if you really care about your magician's pride, then you'll forget about Caesar and move on.
Ehkä, koska hän on vanha, niin hän sanoo noin, mutta tämä on erittäin mielenkiintoista, koska jos tämä oli hänen assistanttinsa ja siinä tapahtui jotain bullshittia ja sitten se oli silleen, I'm gonna kill this man so I can take his place. Niin he might have killed that man. Tai ehkä hän jopa oli se viiseli, maybe. Ja sitten ehkä se vitun Caesari sai sen kiinni tai jotain, sitten se ehkä tappoi sen. I don't know, who knows? Who knows, who knows? Mutta niin.
This is getting awkward.
Who wants tacos?
Lorenzo? Is that? Oh, it is you!
Onko sä ja Ganes?
I know that big, booming voice
No.
Today, I'm busy.
Oh, come on. You can't be all business all the time.
The fuck was that?
You know
Ääni
what
vaan
they're
klippus.
saying? Live fast, die young.
Die.
You gotta learn how to kick back and relax once in a while.
If I wanted your life advice, I'd ask for it. Now get out of my face and go be drunk somewhere else.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh my god, I'm leaving. Edmondo!
Edmondo. He and I are business pals. We worked together a bunch of times.
Vai niin?
This is your first time meeting him? Oh, he's always like this. Foul-mouthed and hard-nosed. Never heard a kind word out of this guy the whole time I've known him.
Known him.
And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend.
What the fuck?
What? Pushing 40? 30,
Oh!
something? Anyway, point is, a lot older than when he first got rejected by the girl he was into.
Hey yo, what the fuck is going on here?
He's still into, from what I hear.
Bruh.
Shut up and get out of my face. Another word out of you and you can forget about doing business with me ever again. Do I make myself clear?
Äijä on inseli vittu.
Sorry, I may have had a little too much to drink.
Well.
All right. I'm gonna leave. Don't work too hard.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to investigate this, Linny, be my guest.
Yeah, he is the weasel.
If nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
There's so much red flags. So many red flags.
Well, that fell to pieces in a rather spectacular fashion. Any thoughts?
There's something strange about him, like I said.
Totally. And what was all that about compensating you for your losses? Why would someone you just met make an offer like that? He's gotta be hiding something. And not like Gemma. She was a little suspicious, but this guy's...
Se ja kuitenkin tykkää Jemmasta vittu.
I think so
Even
too.
though she's like
We need
50
to
or
look into
something
Lorenzo
plus.
more closely. That guy Edmondo seems to know a thing or two about him. He only just left. Let's see if we can catch up with him.
Edmondo! Hog Rider!
You okay there?
Who are you? Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about me. I must have had one too many. I just need to ride it out. I say way too much back there, didn't I? Yeah, I nearly talked myself into complete financial ruin. Note to self, no more drunken chats when Lorenzo's around.
So, he was serious about threatening to cut you off?
Totta kai.
I knew he was a bad egg.
Hey! Keep your voice down. Don't go prying into Lorenzo's personal affairs. Bad things happen to people who ask too many questions.
Onko näin?
What kind of bad things?
Don't even ask. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut this conversation short. I'm not crossing that line again. And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing you don't need in your life. You saw him flare up back there. I don't know what you said to him, but clearly it touched a nerve. That's not a good sign. You're too young for this. Don't get in over your head. I'm leaving.
And there he goes. What do we do now, Lenny?
Seurataan sitten.
I think we're being watched. Someone was listening in to our whole conversation. Don't say anything and don't look back. Any altercation in the city will attract the guards. We better take this elsewhere.
Mihin me muka mennään? Se teleportti oli. Teleportti, tuolla se on. Move. It's Black History Month.
You followed us a long way. Why don't you come out and introduce yourselves?
So you're Linny.
Smooth face Pacino.
Is she with you today? Save us the trouble and go fetch her for us. Let's not drag this out.
Tää helvetti.
Paimon doesn't like the tone of your voice, mister. Who sent you, huh?
Save your questions, missy.
De Niro.
You ain't gonna need answers where you're going. Capisce?
Capisco. We speak no italiano, ma broderino.
Not the strongest fighter, so I hope you're ready to back me up.
Mutta mä voin antaa teille più informazione.
Don't worry, we got this.
Tu cacca cosa c'è tu pappalle.
The wind knows me. And voila!
Curses. They're tougher than we thought.
Vision wielders are always trouble. Intimidation ain't gonna work like it did on the lady.
Hey yo.
Come on, let's scram.
Hey, wise guys, we ain't through with you yet. Oh, they got away. Did you catch what they said just before they left? Something about intimidating someone else. Sounds like they just wanted to rough us up as a scare tactic, and they've already done it to someone else, but who?
Could it be Gemma? Vitu, who else?
You're right. She was injured when we saw her yesterday, and she acted like she had something to hide. Maybe she was too scared to tell us the truth because those guys had threatened her.
Ehkä.
Well, if that's the case, she should be more willing to open up to us once she learns that those thugs won't be bothering her anymore. Let's head back to the cafe and see.
Why wouldn't they be bothering her? It's not like we fucking killed them.
Next on the agenda.
Quake!
Ja tossa se on joku tommonenkin. Sitä sanoa, että tässä on joku World Quest tuo kartassa siinä. No joo. Willem ja Iitsani. Täällä vaan. Syödään ja juoda.
Gemma?
You again. What is it this time?
We just ran into the men who've been threatening you, and we gave them a taste of their own medicine. So, you can relax now. We're here to protect you.
What? Why? I didn't tell you anything. Why would they come after you?
Sounds like they're no strangers to you.
That's putting it mildly. I know them all too well, and I hate them with every fiber of my being. It's been 10 long years, And still, every time I try to look into Caesar's death, they show up and warn me not to do anything stupid. How do I know I can trust you? Do you really think you can get to the bottom of it all?
Eikö sä oo kuullut yhtään mitään mun jutuista?
Why are you doing this?
I'm afraid I can't reveal all the details just yet, but I can promise you this. I will expose the Phantom Weasel's true identity. Because you see, this is a personal matter of the utmost importance. I give you my word. Trust me.
Okay. How can I help you?
I've heard that Caesar used to have a magic workshop where he kept a lot of his personal effects. If possible, I'd like to take a look at them. Do you know where it is?
The Fleuve Cendre. But the place was sealed up by the police after his death, and no one's been there since.
Okay.
I also know that the Fleuve Cendre is dangerous territory. Lots of hostile groups lurking around. If you're serious about going there, please be careful.
Sitä musiikista, kun tuli sitä kaiuttamista.
Lynette, you stay here and take care of Gemma. Don't let her come to harm.
Got it. But if I'm staying here, I'm ordering dessert.
I mean, bon appetit. But stay sharp, too. They're likely to come for you while I'm away.
Okay. All right. Power saving mode off. I'll start taking this more seriously now.
Oi Lynette. Sinä kissatyttö.
With me here, nothing will happen.
Ootko varma? Ootko aivan varma? Vittu.
Whatever you do, please be careful. If anything happens to you because you're investigating Caesar, I'll never be able to forgive myself.
Minä aina tungen nenäni kaikkien muut ihmisten asioihin ja olen päässyt jokaisesta paskasta eteenpäin, niin tästäkin selvitään. Tunnan puskat ei ole solide.
Time to go.
Yeesh.
Take it easy.
If Gemma gave us the right location, then
This
the
is his
workshop's
shit.
right nearby. Looks like these boxes are blocking the entrance. Let's shift them away first. There we go. It should be just down here.
What the fuck? Jos et saa anna mulle niitä sun lyneitä matkaan, niin I will kill you. No niin. Sitä minäkin. Onks tää uusi animaatio vai? Am I tripping? Hieno jousi.
So this was Caesar's workshop. Nothing suspicious here, just normal magic props. Let's head in further. What was that? Oh,
Super.
is this one of Caesar's gadgets? Guess we must have triggered some sort of device.
What is that?
Stabilize.
Now disappear.
Little Dove. Robot with cool powers. Vai niin? Fried chicken that never runs out. What the fuck? New bag. Like a salad. Ehkä Keessa ei olekaan paha mies, vaan se on Lorenzo. Kyllä me sen, mikä se sana on, teorian jo ulos laitoimme. Kiisu. Kiisu on Janu.
Looks like we've reached the end of this route. Shall we try a different one?
Meep.
These magic boxes are moving. What do we do?
One of them looks different from the rest.
Onko näin? Fucking hell! I have no idea which one is it.
Got it. We're supposed to find the box that lit up at the start, right? There should be another wish list inside. Let's keep trying.
Oh no. Oh no. Good grace, bruh. Free of danger. What the fuck is your sister doing? Hyvä, että yksi meni pois ihan vitun nopea, mutta ei se siinä mitään tärkeää sanoa. Dun. Eiks nää oikeesti oo pilottanut chestia tänne mulle? Eikä sitten.
That's weird. Have we reached the end already? There's nothing here. Maybe this was a wasted trip.
Lenny, what are you looking at?
This place seems a little too ordinary for a magician's workshop. There's a distinct lack of mystery. We've triggered quite a few devices on the way here. I'm starting to wonder whether Caesar built this whole place as one big, elaborate magic contraption. If so, then there must be more to this place than meets the eye. Maybe a hidden room somewhere. Aha! If I just move this book, then hopefully... And... presto!
A secret passageway! How did you know?
Mulla on samanlainen himas.
I'm a magician too, and apparently great minds really do think alike. Looks pretty big inside. Let's head in and take a look around.
Gather!
Into the wind!
Access denied. Gotcha.
Step right up.
Boom.
Disappear.
Sellainen kupparamusiikki.
Solidified.
One with nature. Step right up.
Why have you stopped, Winnie? Is there some device in that box?
Huh. It just looks familiar somehow. Let me check this out for a second while you guys go on ahead.
Mitä vittua nyt?
If anyone makes a major discovery, let's rendezvous here.
All right. See you in a bit.
What the fuck? What the fuck Scooby-Doo shit is this?
The placement of this device inside. If I remember correctly...
Mitä ei muistele? Share your knowledge.
Next on the agenda.
Ahaa, minipeli. Joo. Oh. Fuck.
Osman.
Asmen. Asmen? Okei, joo. Hihi.
Wow! There's a hidden room here! Let's see! Oh, this bookcase is full of Caesar's own notes. He wrote a lot about the principles of magic. Whew. Much too advanced for Paimon. Hey, look! Is that Caesar's diary on the table? This book's thick as a brick! Let's take a peek inside it, shall we?
Thick as a brick. Vähän niinku navia. But vislis.
At one of my shows a few days ago, a child asked me how I pulled candy out of my hat.
Out of my ass.
As a joke, I told the kid that the hat has a built-in wish-granting machine. Next thing I know, today a whole bunch of kids were pestering me to pull all sorts of things out of the hat. So I told them another white lie. The machine needs time to power up, but in the meantime, you can write your wishes down. Well, they took me up on that offer, enthusiastically. As I write this, I've only just got back from running around all over town, buying the things they wanted. Boy, are my legs sore.
Why would you do that?
I wound up saving very little this month, but that's not a major issue. I now have a bigger problem. How am I going to hide all these things inside my hat? Two children came to talk to me after today's show. I don't know why they were out on their own. They looked much too young to be unsupervised. I do hope they got home safely. Anyway, they said that they wanted me to teach them how to do magic. It's not uncommon for children to ask this, of course, but I've never seen any of them as serious about it as these two. I told them that learning magic is very hard work, but that didn't faze them at all. It's like they already knew. They seemed so committed. I couldn't turn them down.
Lorenzo, noni?
It seems like something's bothering Lorenzo lately, but he won't open up to me about it. Surely he's not upset that I agreed to teach those two children. I'll have to talk him around. I have a good feeling about those kids. They're naturally talented, and it seems like they're not new to the world of magic. They have all sorts of fantastic ideas. All I'm really doing is helping them develop a more professional standard training plan. They wanted to call me Master, but I told them they absolutely mustn't. Any magician worth their salt could have taught them what I have. They're the geniuses here. Compared to them, I don't deserve to be called any sort of master. With time, I have no doubt that they could become far greater magicians than I. My only concern is why they're so mature for their age. I fear they've had to grow up too fast. I don't dare to imagine what they must have been through. Gemma thinks so too. She doesn't like being around them.
Oh.
Says that their eyes are too piercing.
Hey, yo.
It doesn't bother me, but then again, I've never been the sharpest tool in the shed.
What the fuck?
It's nearly time for me to go on tour. I asked the two kids if they'd like to come with me, but they shook their heads. I once overheard them talking about their father and their mission.
Hey, yo.
Sounds like their parents have other plans for them. I guess we'll be parting ways soon. It's only been 10 days since I first met them, but I think that I've gotten a feel for their personalities now. They're very tough, but also very cautious, and they trust no one but each other. This, I fear, is not a good habit to have. They hide things from me too. For example, when I asked them where they live and why they wanted to learn magic, they lied. That's the thing about children. Whenever they're trying to cover something up, it always shows somehow. I can sense that their lives have been hard, possibly even dangerous too. They're not like other children. It's a shame that I can't do more to help them. After thinking things over, I decided to tell them a bit about how I see the world. It's full of lies and falsehoods, and that is why we must find our own truth. P.S. I hope they won't find my nagging annoying. Children are so opinionated nowadays. Will it do them more harm than good for someone they've only known 10 days to lecture them like that?
Caesar, please.
P.P.S. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Children aren't interested in grand philosophies. It probably just went in one ear and out the other. I bet they've already forgotten every word I said. Oh, Caesar, Caesar. Just mind your own business next time.
geniuses with a father and a mission, huh?
You're not talking about fucking Linny and Lynette? Hmm?
Sounds a lot like he was writing about Linny and Lynette, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
So did they meet Caesar when they were kids? Let's go ask Linny.
Mutta hän on jo häipynyt. Oh, Linny. Tule tänne. Mä lupaan, että mä ei vedä sua turpaamuu keihää. Hän ei häipynytkään.
Linny?
Shh, hold that thought. As I expected, there's a lot of fishy things going on in this place.
Me luettiin jotain jännittäviä asioita. Onks Fischl täällä?
All in good time. Before we go over our new leads, I want to tell you how a high-altitude escape is performed. First, the magician slots themselves into a magic box in full view of the audience. The box is then suspended high in the air, and a short while later, the base automatically opens. At this point, a dummy will fall out of the box, but it looks real enough to grab the audience's attention, and they start wailing and screaming. Meanwhile, the real magician, who has by now blended into the crowd, waits for a good moment to make their appearance and put on a hysterical performance. Oh no! Is that me? Did I just fall to my death?
Very vivid description. Paimon can really picture it. And then what?
The audience's gaze then turns to the magician, and by the time they realize what's happened, the dummy has vanished, as if everything that just happened was some sort of shared illusion. Of course, that's just how I think the process should work, theoretically speaking.
Theoretically speaking, what do you mean?
The inventor of this trick never performed it successfully. When the box opened, Caesar was the one who fell out, and not the dummy.
Yikes. Imagine that.
He fell right to the ground from the highest point of the opera house. No one could hope to survive that fall. Not without a vision, at least. And no one else has ever attempted this trick since. My understanding of how it works is just based on what I could gather from his notes and the relevant gadgets here in his workshop.
So Caesar's famous high-altitude escape has never been done, huh?
Oh, it has been done, but not successfully.
Paimon was about to say how cool it would have been to see it in person, but if it's that dangerous, it's probably for the best that no one else tries to do it.
Onneksi meillä ei ole minkäännäköisiä riippuliitimiä tässä maailmassa.
So if a dummy's supposed to drop out of the box, then where does the real magician go? How does he get out?
Glad you asked. That brings us to the secret of said box. This box right here is the one that Caesar constructed himself to use in the performance, and it's not as simple as it looks. Inside, there's a device that only the magician himself would know about. Once the magician's inside, and the box is lifted up into the air, the audience's view of the box is fixed at a certain angle. From where they're standing, they have a clear view of the front, sides, and bottom, but the back and the top are now no longer visible. At this point, the magician presses a button inside the box, opening a secret door out of view. He then escapes through this trap door onto the opera house roof, waits for the dummy to fall and distract the audience, and quietly returns to ground level.
That's way simpler than Paimon imagined. Even Paimon could probably do it.
Well, there's a little more to it than that, of course. The hardest part of this trick is controlling the audience's mood and reactions. That takes an exceptional degree of showmanship. There's the falling dummy, the miraculous reappearance, the pompous performing. Maybe the magician would even have themselves tied up before it begins to strengthen the impression that there's no escape. Many days and nights of careful research and painstaking practice would have gone into this, all culminating in a performance just a few minutes long, but one that still manages to transform the shock and grief of a tragic accident to the joy and laughter of a mesmerizing magic trick. Caesar was a highly accomplished magician. But unfortunately, even he didn't manage to pull it off.
So, how did it go so wrong? You said you found some fishy stuff here. Have you figured out what really happened?
Lorenzo järkkäsi sen, että se ei toimi.
I can make a pretty good guess. I looked into the case files. The magic box Caesar was using at the time of his death had the secret button I mentioned positioned on the right-hand side. And, sure enough, he always used his right hand as his dominant hand in public.
Okay. Nothing suspicious there.
Let him speak, fuck.
Here's the strange thing. Most of the devices in this workshop have the mechanism on the left-hand side, including this box right here. Which leads me to believe that Caesar was in fact left-handed.
I'm not sure where you're going with this. Why would Caesar pretend to be right-handed?
Because a magician can't afford to have their most basic habits stand out too much. People naturally focus their attention on the most important details of the task or situation at hand. But a magician needs to be able to redirect an audience's attention at will, so as to avoid arousing their suspicion. The essence of magic is getting people to believe a lie. If even the truth raises eyebrows, the falsehoods become all the more difficult to mask. And so, Caesar trained himself to use his right hand to align with his audience's expectations. Great magic always requires sacrifices. But in his most stressful and nerve-wracking moments, and when no one was watching, reflex would kick in and he'd use his left hand. That's why he set his gadgets with the mechanism on his left.
Maybe someone exploited that fact against him. Lorenzo?
Exactly. I think that's likely what happened. Caesar would have been under a lot of time pressure during the escape. He'd have had mere seconds to open the hidden compartment, retrieve the dummy, then open the secret door and make a swift escape. But I'm sure he was confident. He would have rehearsed countless times to the point where it was second nature. He'd barely need to think about what he was doing because muscle memory would guide him through. So he opened the compartment, took out the dummy, checked everything was in order, and then went to leave. With his left hand, he reached for the button, and suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It wasn't there. Much like when you reach for your keys but find your pocket empty,
hey, yo.
His mind needed a moment to process what was going on.
Never would be me.
His left hand would keep feeling around for the missing button, maybe for another second or two, until the bottom of the box gave way. With the stakes being as high as they were, just a 2-second delay cost him everything. The authorities would find nothing suspicious and conclude that his death was due to his own error.
But in reality, someone switched the boxes, and they did it to murder him.
Lorenzo.
How would they be able to make the switch without being noticed?
Lorenzo.
That would be difficult to pull off, no?
Not for Lorenzo.
It would have to have been someone who knew that he was left-handed.
Lorenzo.
Who could move his props around without arousing suspicion.
Lorenzo.
Someone who was always by his side.
Lorenzo.
Isn't that right, Lorenzo?
Bro.
Just couldn't let sleeping dogs lie, could you?
Sleeping dogs lie. Aika vitun ärsyttävää olla niin vitu oikeas koko ajan, vittu kun tietää saatana ihan kaiken. Holy shit. Olisin toivonut, että olen väärässä, mutta...
There's not a lot of people who'd go to all this trouble for some magician who died 10 years ago. I didn't want to have to do this, you know. Silencing you the hard way just creates more problems for me to deal with. But I gave you your chance. I hope you do what's good for you and back off like the lady, but you disappoint me.
You mean Gemma? So you are the one who's been threatening her?
No vittu ajaa.
Yes, although however stubborn she might be, she was never much of a liability. But you people...
What do you mean,
you never people? Even knew him, but for some reason you just wouldn't drop it.
He knows him or knew him.
You can't leave this place alive. Take them out and make it quick.
Jätkät, me käytiin tää läpi jo kerran. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Ai nyt teillä on koirat nytkään mukana. Lorenzo, näetkö sä kun mä heitelen näitä suukkoja? Älä osoittele sormella, mä leikkaan sen helvettiin. Oh. What is that? Kourakone! Kourakone!
Yeah, gather. One with nature.
Gotcha. Access denied.
Now disappear. A round of applause.
That didn't do any damage. Heitä sitä korteilla perseeseen. Me ollaan melkein 18.
Had enough yet, Lorenzo? Your cronies can't help you now.
Cronies.
I think it's high time you started talking. And what I'd really like to know is, why did you murder Caesar?
If I had a mora for every time you said that man's name.
Sulla on sekä 20 moraa.
Caesar, everyone else did. But I was the real genius magician.
This is some Spider-Man shit.
Cheap tricks for gullible children. I was the one who made magic into the fine art it is today. The aristocrats doffed their hats to me.
So it was jealousy.
No mistä muustakaan vittu?
Jealousy. Hatred, more like.
With a combination of jealousy. Miksi?
All he cared about was his magic.
Okei.
He lived and breathed it.
Okei, miksi se on ongelma sulle?
Everything into his street performances and his stupid tours like it was just a hobby to him.
Are you gay for him?
Bothering to think about Mora.
Oh my god.
What sort of fool devotes their life to the art of deception and never has a Mora to show for?
Oi vittu.
But the people loved him, didn't they?
En ei voinut antaa sille edes hyvää syytä.
No one gave me a second look. All I ever heard was, "Oh, your master's amazing, isn't he?"
No miksi et aloittanut omia juttuja for fuck's sake? Vittu sä olet tyhmä. Lol. Miksi olit sitten töissä hänellä? Siis... Ei nää story questit tässä pelissä mitenkään hyviä oo, mutta vittu tää oli ihan paska. So you killed him, why didn't you just leave, niinpä? Miksi? No miten se olisi voinut estää sua? No olisit mennyt jonkin muualle, holy fuck.
As long as he was alive, if I dabbled in my own brand of money-making magic, he would expose me and it would destroy me. I had to kill him. There was no other way.
There was?
He had to go.
Täällä on muitakin mestoja kuin vitu Fontaine, my guy. You're so fucking dumb for that.
And this was your only motive?
No näköjään.
It was reason enough. What other motive would I need?
Well, I was under the impression that there might have been other factors at play. For instance, maybe you were in love with Gemma, but she was engaged to Caesar.
In love with Gemma? Don't be ridiculous.
That old hag.
Guess I was wrong about that then.
No kuka vittu se muija sitten oli, mistä se ei puhu?
Are you the Phantom Weasel?
I am. Caesar was so strict with me. He insisted that his way was the right way. That the sole purpose of magic was to bring joy to the world. I never bought into any of that. I was more interested in the practical value of magic. Sure enough, it helped me fill my pockets with all kinds of valuable treasures.
But I heard that the Phantom Weasel stole from the rich and poor alike.
Oh yeah! Charlotte told us that the weasel would steal whatever people valued, no matter how much it was worth.
That's just how it looked from the outside. What would any thief want with second-rate loot? I've only ever targeted high-value items. I stole cheap things as a way of practicing my craft. It was other people's overactive imaginations that conjured up the preposterous image they then dubbed the Phantom Weasel.
So, that's the story, huh? Well, I hope you're ready to tell it all over again during your trial.
What choice do I have? You're a pack of wolves. You've got me between your jaws. You've seen what's here, and my last-ditch effort to stop it getting out has failed. What else can I do? So be it. I've enjoyed power and wealth for the last 10 years, the likes of which Caesar could never give me. I wouldn't choose for things to end this way, but I regret nothing.
Very well.
Not even being a dumbass.
In that case, I'll contact the guards. Traveler, Paimon, keep an eye on Lorenzo for me. I'll meet you just outside the workshop when I'm back.
Nyt se käyttää jotain taikatemppuja ja katoaa vittu. Leave and leave him. Haluatko sä nähdä taikatempu? Tässä on Kukka. Tässä on kulli. Ja tässä on vettä.
At least I can finally stop looking over my shoulder now.
Miksi sä edes teet niin ylipäätänsä? You are so down for that. Huonosti kirjoitettu. Kaikki on huonosti kirjoitettu. Ennalta arvattavissa kaikki. Ihan paska story-missio.
Lily has told me the whole story.
We don't talk about Bruno.
Confessed to the murder of Caesar and to framing him for the Phantom Weasel's crimes.
No. Lori.
Finally developed a conscience.
What the fuck?
What kind of disciple murders their own master? I hope it was worth it. Because there'll be hell to pay.
Miksi sä oot noin vitun invested? What the fuck? Calm down. Put some pants on.
What should we do next, Lenny? Should we start preparing for your show?
Let's just fucking leave.
Let me think. Let's rendezvous with Lynette and Gemma first. With Lorenzo in custody, Gemma will no longer have to fear for her safety.
Good point. We should go tell Gemma the good news right away. It'll give her some peace of mind for sure.
You're back. You were so quick. I've only just finished my third dessert.
What the fuck? Mikä tää aikajana tässä on?
Lynette, come on. We've talked about this. Everything in moderation. You're not gonna have any room left for dinner now.
It's fine. I'll shift to exercise mode and jog off the excess sugar.
That's besides the point.
Hullu, että kun on robotti.
Well, it's done now. But try to eat a more balanced diet in the future.
Point taken.
Kai se nyt voi aina silloin tällöin syödä mitä se haluaa. Lynette on muutenkin ihan luuranko muija.
That's amazing. I'm sorry. I still didn't know if I could trust you, but now it seems I can. I had my suspicions about Lorenzo, but
Nykyään kaikki itkee tässä pelissä, god damn. Vai se nykyään saadaan kyyneleitä tässä pelissä.
Sorry. My emotions are all over the place right now. I've been waiting for this day to come for so long. I always wanted to report Lorenzo. He took all of Caesar's property, which I found suspicious. But I had people watching me all the time, so I couldn't risk looking into it. I was so afraid. I was scared he'd do something terrible to me, and then no one would be left to visit Caesar's grave. So I never had the courage to speak out. Thank you all. Truly. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for clearing Caesar's name. I never would have guessed that Lorenzo was the real Phantom Weasel. He never showed any signs that there were problems between him and Caesar in public. From the outside, Looked like they got along great.
Tää biisi
To
on.
think that lowlife's been living life to the fullest all this time, while Caesar's name was getting dragged through the mud. It's a travesty. At least his soul can finally rest in peace now, thanks to your efforts.
If only I'd realized before it was too late.
Don't blame yourself, Gemma. This isn't your fault.
Yeah, you still have the rest of your
Kuka
life to
vittu sä
live.
oot?
Caesar wouldn't want to see you spending it feeling guilty.
Cheer up, Gemma. My brother's doing a magic show at the Opera House tomorrow evening. Would you like to come along? It might raise your spirits. This show will be a special one. We're holding it in Caesar's honor.
In Caesar's honor? Really? Oh, thank you. I'll be there.
Great. We'll see you tomorrow evening. Traveler, Paimon, don't be late.
Enhän minä koskaan.
Be there. No way are we gonna miss out on a free magic show.
Free? Who said you were gonna get in for free?
Paimon feels like we're forgetting something.
We are forgetting gracia. Grazie.
We never found out if the two kids Caesar taught magic to were Linny and Lynette or not.
Onks tää peli tosissaan?
Workshop, so we didn't get a chance to bring it up. Oh well. Guess we'll just have to ask Linny tomorrow evening.
I've spoken many choice words about Caesar over the years. I'm so ashamed of myself now. He was such a good man.
It's okay, I can correct those mistakes.
I can't believe Lorenzo was intimidating Gemma all this time.
Have you met Lorenzo before?
He comes around here sometimes. Not to clean Caesar's grave, though. He
Potkimasta.
just stands off to the side and watches Gemma from a distance.
Eli se oli
She
Gemma.
must have known, but she never asked him to leave. I wonder why that is.
Pieni pilvi. Pieni pilvi.
It may take some time, but Caesar's reputation will be restored now that the real culprit has been captured. Looks like Gemma chose a good man after all.
Siltä näyttää. Kirjaimellisesti. Sillä hän rakentaa parhaillaan mieskonetta. Tää vittu nyt taas. Next evening 18. Tämä evening vai... I guess that answers my question. Beautiful city of Fontaine. Miss Giu, aha. Xinja. Xinja ja Yifia. Oikein näyttää tuolla listalla. Hauskaa. Eli Skartis. Luzerna.
Take it easy.
Eikö sun pitäisi olla avustama sitten? Vittu sä täällä istut. Charlotte! Tuli istumaan meidän kanssa.
Everyone's excited to see another of Linny's magic shows. Wait. Lynette, shouldn't you be on stage by now?
Sitä minäkin.
Not this time. My brother's going solo today.
Not this time.
So I'll be watching with you.
Vai niin? Saanko istua vieressä?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody's ready because the show is about to begin. The great magician Linny has prepared a spectacular show for us all tonight, concluding with an all-new grand finale that no audience has ever seen before.
Thank you all so much for coming. Now, prepare to join me on a journey through the mystical and miraculous.
With his skill. Skillillä vittu.
Yes, it's just... It reminds me of him.
As it should.
No wonder. Caesar was a famous magician too. So, how did you two first meet, Gemma?
Se näytti mulle taikatempun.
I was out on the street once, and I saw him performing for little children. Children love magic, because they're willing to believe in things that can't be rationally explained. Caesar had this amazing way of bringing them into a dreamlike world. And somehow, I felt drawn to him too. So, I went up and asked him to do a trick for me.
Aw, that sounds so romantic. What trick did he do?
He raised me up.
With a flower. He took it in his hand, snapped his fingers, and it magically appeared on my head. I was so happy that day. No one had ever given me a flower before that.
Vittu, miten?
That's so cute. Actually, now that you mention it, Linny's done that one before.
Oh my god, se teki sen mulle.
Then I suppose he's a romantic at heart.
Oh no, he's gay for me?
So, let's treasure the time we have with him. After all, you never know when the people dearest to you might be gone.
No, minulle ei ainakaan käy niin, koska tässä pelissä pitää olla hahmoja, joilla tehdä rahaa ja joilla voi pelata, joten heidän on pysyttävä myös elossa. Don't be sad, the killer has been caught.
That's right. It's all over now. Paimon doesn't really know how to comfort you, but at the very least, no one's gonna be intimidating you from now on. You can breathe easy at last, right?
Right.
Right.
Yes, you can breathe easy now. Phantom Weasel.
Hey, yo.
See? Even Lynette says... Wait, what? The Phantom Weasel? Lorenzo escaped? Where is he?
What do you mean, Phantom Weasel?
As Linny once said, a performer's job is to commit fully to their role and put on a flawless performance for their audience. But once the bag of tricks is empty and the curtain falls, it's time to end the show. The spotlight is no place for someone with no more cards up their sleeve. It's been 10 years, Gemma. Aren't you tired of the grieving widow act? I think it's time to put an end to it.
What are you talking about?
Paimon on tossa.
Paimon doesn't like this riddle. Traveler, Paimon doesn't like where this is going. Come on, say something.
I don't like where this is going. How
Ladies
preposterous.
and gentlemen, I hope you're all enjoying the performance so far. There will now be a brief intermission, after which Linny will perform the most electrifying act of tonight's show, the one we've all been waiting for. The final performance will take place outside of the Opera House, so please make your way outside in a calm and orderly fashion.
Phantom Weasel never did like public places, did they? Don't worry, this place will be quiet soon. Let's talk somewhere else for now.
Charlotte, hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Dear
Miksi on noin
me,
vihainen?
this is awkward, isn't it? And unfortunately, I'm all out of gadgets, so I'm afraid I can't do any tricks to liven up the mood. This is a big mistake for a magician to make, but thankfully, I do have a backup plan. Now, who wants to hear a
Tuo
story?
blurrilla. I don't know, do we?
Gemma being the real Phantom Weasel a moment ago. Oh, what the heck's going on?
All in good time. Magicians are good at guessing what people are thinking. I know the questions you want to ask. And as it happens, the story I'm about to tell might answer a few of them.
Really? Well then, let's hear it. Paimon's dying of curiosity here.
Let's go back to the very beginning. A decade ago, when the Phantom Weasel was terrorizing the court of Fontaine. She never missed a target, never left a trace, and no treasure was safe from her thieving hands. But as her infamy grew, so did the readiness of the police, and her opportunities to act became ever fewer. Every day, she ran the risk of being exposed for who she was. Of course, she could not simply take this lying down, and before long, she found her ticket to freedom. She would create a scapegoat, a false weasel to close the chapter on her behalf. After weighing her options, she set her sights on a renowned magician, Caesar. After all, magic and theft shared enough similarities for people to buy the story when the truth came out.
So then what?
Being the master deceiver she was, the weasel easily earned Caesar's trust. Now, all that remained was to frame him for her countless crimes.
Hey,
But as
yo.
she was considering how to make her move, she noticed Caesar's aggrieved pupil, and a new thought entered her mind. Maybe I don't need to get my hands dirty after all. At her encouragement, Lorenzo tampered with Caesar's magic box, causing him to fall to his death. Afterwards, Lorenzo seized his master's property, and the weasel set about tarnishing Caesar's reputation. Two co-conspirators committed the perfect crime.
What the fuck?
I've got to hand it to you. You're both exceptional storytellers. It's enough to make even me wonder whether there was really another mastermind behind all this, pulling the strings. But I just have one question. You seem to think that I am the villain in this tale. What's brought this on, Linny? Is it something that Lorenzo said?
Don't worry, Lorenzo said nothing at all. But I never believed that he was the weasel, and in fact, my investigation only made me more certain of that. He was too forthcoming with his confession, as if there was something else he was trying to hide.
How disappointing. So you'd sooner trust Lorenzo than me? Even without a shred of evidence?
A magician is an expert at playing the audience to get the result they want. And I have no doubt that you, Gemma, are equally talented in this regard. With a little help from Lorenzo, you put on a very convincing performance. The lovesick fiancé, whose devotion to her betrothed is unshakable, even under threats of violence. Caesar was maligned and hated by all for 10 years, but you? Everyone sympathized with your plight. Who would suspect for 1 second that the lovely young lady always seen weeping in front of Caesar's grave was actually the mastermind behind his demise? No, not that poor lady. Perish the thought.
Wait, so you mean the whole intimidation thing was just a hoax? Gemma and Lorenzo were both in on it? But why would Lorenzo agree to that? And why didn't he sell her out even at the end instead of admitting to being the weasel himself?
Yes, why indeed? Maybe Gemma herself could enlighten us on that question.
Well, Linny, if you're so confident in your version of events, then I think the answer should be obvious. Having killed Caesar with his own hands, Lorenzo was plagued by overwhelming guilt. Revealing the Phantom Weasel's true identity would serve no purpose. But if the Weasel remained free, then she could take care of Lorenzo's loved ones.
An excellent answer, though sadly a little dull.
Is that right? Well, don't let me bore you. If you'd care to change the topic to something more interesting, I'd be much obliged.
As a matter of fact, there's one thing I'd really like to understand. Why would the real Weasel have targeted things that only have value to other people? Could you shed any light on that?
Of course. After all, we're just telling stories here, aren't we? If I had to guess, I would say that the real Weasel must have had a terrible childhood. Left to fend for herself after her parents died young. Betrayed, scorned, beaten. She'd scrounge waste paper from garbage bins to draw on, using twigs and dirt for lack of ink and pen. She'd sew ugly ragdolls from whatever scrap material she could get her hands on. This was her only source of happiness in life. But it was all she needed, and she was content. Until the world decided that even this was too good for her. Once again, she was betrayed. And this time, everything was taken from her. She felt like life was a miry pit that dragged her further down the more she struggled to escape. At that tender age, she should have been happy. Instead, she stood in the shadows and watched with envy as all good things in the world passed her by. This was a fate too cruel for anyone to bear. Her pain became a breeding ground for dark thoughts. Thoughts which festered and grew into a twisted solution to her troubles. I detest the happiness of others, in all its forms alike. I will rob them of everything they hold to be good and true. And it will fill the void in my soul.
Yikes.
That's some pretty heavy stuff.
Now it all makes sense.
Does this story satisfy you, Linny?
Yes, it is quite to my tastes. Thank you for helping to clear up my confusion.
So what was with the warning letter?
Huh. That's right. What drove you to write that letter, Gemma? What were you trying to achieve there? Because without that, none of this would have ever come to light.
She didn't write the letter.
After 10 long years, I'd hoped that the Phantom Weasel would be consigned to the history books by now. But it seems like someone still wasn't ready to let her finally be at peace. Linny. Or should I call you the Phantom Copycat now?
Oh!
You were the one who posted that letter outside the Opera House. But why?
What the fuck is going on?
Very sharp, Phantom Weasel. Still as shrewd as ever. Well, no need for me to be coy about it. Our goal was to clear Caesar's name.
Mix.
The most straightforward way to change the public's impression of Caesar was to force the Weasel to show themselves.
That's it? You had no other agenda?
Of course we did. We made it quite clear in the letter, I believe. I shall take from you that which you hold most dear, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
10 years ago? You mean Caesar's death? You met him? Wait. Oh, I get it. You were those two obnoxious kids. It's been so long, and you're all grown up now. I didn't recognize you. He taught you magic back then, didn't he? For what, 10 days or something? And you went to all this trouble. Why? Because you feel like you still owe him something?
We remember all our debts, however great or small. 10 years ago, Caesar's reputation was torn to shreds, and his legacy was thrown out. 10 years on, and no one cares what the truth is anymore. But we did not forget, and so we came to find you.
And? What exactly did you take from me? I'm still standing, as you can see. Lorenzo has admitted to everything. I'm free.
Free? Do you really think so?
Kytät.
Caesar once told me that even though the world is filled with
Kulman
lies
takana.
and falsehoods, we must find our own truth. I think that applies to you too. Truth can take many forms. Prized possessions with nostalgic value, fervent hopes and dreams, and irreplaceable people. Life took many things from you, and those wounds never healed. When they ached unbearably in the dead of night, stealing became your way of numbing the pain.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying that for the last 10 years, you've been living a rather uneventful life. Perhaps that's because you found something other than a life of crime to fill the hole? Back to Lorenzo for a second. He murdered his own master, played along with your act, and took pains to make sure any suspicion would be directed towards him. But what did he have to gain from all that?
Some
he knew
puss.
who you were and the things you'd done, and despite that, he was willing to give everything up for your sake. He's the reason that you haven't felt the compulsion to steal in all these years. You're more than just accomplices in murder. You're the only real friends each other has. So I think you know, deep down, that he is the only truth you have in your life. But that truth is gone now. And I guarantee you, you'll never see it again.
Congratulations on your freedom, Gemma.
Your freedom will cost you dearly. From now on, you'll be all alone in a world full of lies and falsehoods. I do hope you'll be able to bear it. You've still got a long life ahead of you after all.
Gather round, one and all. The time has now come for the amazing Lenny to perform his final act in tonight's show. I'm sure you're all wondering what he has planned for the grand finale. Well, wonder no more, for the answer is a death-defying high-altitude escape.
A high-altitude escape?
10 years ago, the trick that Caesar died at 10?
I'm sure you all remember the magician Caesar. This was the very trick that led to his fatal fall, after which he was dubbed the Phantom Weasel. But we have now learned that Caesar was wrongly accused, and that the real Weasel has now confessed to their crimes.
Guess that's my cue to leave. Whew. I've been practicing this one for ages now, but I'm still a little nervous. Traveler, Paimon, I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Tämä ei muuttanut paljon paskaakaan tätä.
But you alone are my true witnesses.
Story modea tietää. Questi.
Lenny, wait.
Fuck you, bitch.
You hid a lot from Caesar. He went to his grave without ever knowing your secrets. So what about now? Are you an open book?
Why would he be?
Or are you still the same as ever?
Mitä vittua sä
You
selität?
don't have to tell lies to end up isolated and alone. One day, you'll end up exactly where I am today. Maybe then you'll finally understand.
Mitä vittua sä
You're
selität?
wrong. I'm nothing like you.
So, what are we, doing now?
Katsotaan toi esitys ja painetaan helvettiin.
When you're ready, let's head outside and watch the show.
But what about Gemma?
Fuck her in the
She'll
ass.
figure out what's best for her soon enough. Oh, and if you'd like to see Lenny after the show, you know where he'll be. The usual haunt.
Alright. Well, let's go and watch Lenny's finale then. This trick's a pretty dangerous one, but he should be able to pull it off, right?
What is my truth?
How about the truth?
Sometimes I think I'm like a gambling addict.
Gamba.
All I care about is winning. And it doesn't matter what's at stake. By the time I come to my senses, I'm left with nothing. Oh, if I had my time again.
Sucks to be you.
Magicians are not like thieves.
Eikö?
Thieves only tear things apart. But good-hearted magicians, they put things back together.
Do you want to be together? Minä tulen, Lyne. Jee. Miksei mennä Charlotten viereen? Oh, hän on siellä.
Magic should be mysterious, surprising, and defy logic. Magic is hard work. Every single movement has to be practiced thousands of times.
It's alright. We're used to that.
Sepä.
We're sorry. You've taught us so much, but we can't tell you the whole truth.
Hän on niin
It's okay. Do you still remember what I told you? This world is full of lies and falsehoods. I only hope that one day you can find your own truth.
Kiinnostaa vittu.
What about you? Have you found your truth?
Magic is my truth. I want to perform a magic trick so great that people will always think of me when they talk about it. For a magician, what greater honor could there be?
Look! Behold! Lenny is sealed inside the box. Will he manage to escape? 10 years ago, Caesar attempted this very trick, and it was at this precise moment that...
He died. Oh!
Watch out!
Pelastakaa hänet, faija.
Mysterious. Surprising.
No, hieno animaatio, what the fuck?
And logic defying. Isn't that right? This honor belongs to you, Caesar. I'm just sorry it's a little late.
Did you see that? 1 minute he was falling, and the next, he turned into flowers.
How could he possibly have done that?
How mysterious. I didn't blink once. He just vanished right in front of my eyes. What a heart-stopping magic show. This was really worth the trip. Caesar's name has finally been cleared, and Fontaine's new star magician Linny has fulfilled a wish on his behalf. Oh, I couldn't ask for a better grand finale. It will make a great headline for the Steambird tomorrow, even if I do say so myself.
Looks like everyone really loved Linny's grand finale.
Even though they don't know the full story.
Paimon doesn't see Linny anywhere. Where'd he go?
I guess he died.
Lynette said he'd be waiting for us at the usual hunt. But, where is that?
Hautuumaa Paimon.
Oh, you mean the one where Caesar's buried?
Toivottavasti huutao ei ole siellä.
Yeah, that's probably it. This whole magic show kinda seemed like Linny's way of saying goodbye to Caesar. So it makes sense that that's where he'd be afterward. Alright, let's go look for him there.
Mihin kaikki hävis? What the fuck? Lini! Tuu tänne, boy! Hengata hautumaalla vitu enää, boy!
staff when the chain broke, Paimon was sure something had gone horribly wrong.
Magic is a performance art. A magician has to get creative to keep the audience on tenterhooks. That's our job. So I tweaked Caesar's original setup a little to keep it fresh. I was honestly a little nervous during the live performance. The thought of falling, suddenly feeling weightless, seeing the sky and the ground spinning and spinning. Sometimes, I can't help but wonder what Caesar thought in those final moments. Did he regret taking Gemma and Lorenzo on? Or did he believe that it was his own slip-up right until the end?
You know, Paimon's been wanting to ask you about something ever since we were in Caesar's workshop. You learned magic from Caesar once, didn't you? When was that?
10 vuotta
After
sitten.
I joined the House of the Hearth. To be honest, Lynette and I had an agenda when we approached him.
An agenda?
I told you about my past before, remember?
Joo.
As a young boy, I survived by secretly learning magic from street performers. I'd watch their tricks and try to figure out how they were done. But I quickly realized that observation alone could only get me so far. What I saw was the polished final performance, but the rigorous training they put in behind the scenes remained invisible to me. I needed to learn how to improve my sleight of hand, hone my misdirection skills, and make niftier props. We were gifted enough that we'd made some progress by ourselves, but without proper guidance from a professional magician, we quickly plateaued.
So that's why you sought Caesar out?
Yes. We figured there was no harm in asking, but it took us by surprise that he was so willing to teach us. In all, we only spent 10 short days together, but he was very good to us. By contrast, we hid so many things from him. For instance, when he asked why I wanted to learn magic, I answered, "It's my passion." But in truth, there was already a lot more to the story by then. After being taken in by an aristocrat for our magic talent, then betrayed soon after, this was no longer about me doing what I loved. What amazed me was how the lie escaped my lips even as I was hesitating over whether to tell him the truth. Trust is a beautiful thing. Sadly, I'd forgotten how to trust by then.
I don't blame you. That wasn't your fault.
Still worried about the way I feel? You really are a gentle soul, aren't you? But don't worry, I'm used to it now. From the mansions of the elite to the House of the Hearth, lies and selfishness have followed me and Lynette everywhere we go. After Caesar went on tour, we became busy with our missions. The next we heard of him was that he'd fallen to his death, and was now declared to be the Phantom Weasel. That night, I remembered his smile. But as I lay there, I didn't know what to say to him. To keep secrets is to put up walls. The longer you keep them up, the less you let people in. Then, one day, you look around and realize your life is like an empty auditorium after a show, full of seats once occupied by all the people who left. But I guess that's the price we have to pay. You only realize how much someone really meant to you when you lose them completely. That's why I was so confident this would hurt Gemma. Because I felt it for myself.
Don't be sad. We're in your auditorium and we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, cheer up, Winnie. We've had to say our fair share of goodbyes during our journey, too.
To who?
But whatever happens, Paimon always believes in what tomorrow brings.
Fucking Teppei or something?
Food, fun toys, and the traveler by my side.
Fun days.
Paimon just needs to focus on things like this, and all the unhappy stuff goes right out the window. You know, traveler, doesn't that kind of make you Paimon's truth?
Mitä vittua tämä edes tarkoittaa?
It's the same for me and Lynette. We are the truest thing each other has in the world, and nothing can replace that. Life has taken plenty from us, like it did from Gemma. But at least it left us with each other. That's what gave us the strength to get through the darkest days. That's why the darkness never consumed me and why it never will. Maybe we live in the shadows too, but we remember every precious ray of light that shines through. All right, time to lighten this conversation up a little. What did you think of the show tonight? Were you happy with it?
It was amazing! Paimon just wishes we hadn't been so distracted with the Gemma situation. We spent most of our time in the Opera House just talking and pretty much missed the entire first half of the show. Lenny, could you do just one more trick for us?
Whoa, that's a bit of a tall order, I'm afraid. The show's just finished, so my sleeves are decidedly card-free right now.
Aw, come on! Surely you can think of something. The Lenny Paimon knows can do anything if he puts his mind to it.
Oh, all right then. I'll give it a go, but only because it's you. Watch closely. I have a flower in my hand.
You liar! There's nothing in your hand! We ain't going along with this!
Huh? My goodness, you're right. But I could have sworn I brought one here with me. Okay, try this. Count down with me. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
Now, have another look around. Maybe the flowers appeared somewhere else.
Really? Let's see. Wow, there it is! Oh, this is a different flower from the last time, right? This one's called, oh yeah, a rainbow rose.
A rainbow rose? Are you telling me you are gay for me, Mr. Liney?
But more importantly, Paimon has to know how the trick is done. Please, Lenny, pretty please!
Well, if you want to learn magic, you'll have to start by addressing me as teacher.
Ok, senpai.
Fine. Please, teacher, please!
Since you asked so nicely, I'll share one little tip with you. Namely, the student of magic cannot solely rely on others being prepared to reveal their secrets. You have to observe, think, and find the answers for yourself.
Is that it?
Look at the time. We shouldn't linger here too long. Thanks again for coming to see my show. I bid you both good night. I look forward to seeing you again.
All right, fine. See ya. Shall we head back now, too? Oh, Paimon can't wait to read The Steambird tomorrow. Paimon bets Lenny and Caesar will be plastered all over it. Let's head to the Steambird's offices tomorrow morning and see what we can find out.
Tämä se ei ikinä lopu vittu. Mitä? Steambird. Tää peli on niin homo. Fucking hate this shit. What the fuck do you want? Sun hattus on vähän tyhmän näköinen. Au. Level 2. Mä oon level 1. Hienot siivet. Onneksi siinä ei mennyt kauemmin.
I'm very sorry, Charlotte, but my sister and I are quite busy today. I'm afraid we'll have to decline this interview.
Oh, please, Lenny. I'll only take a moment of your your time, if you would be so kind.
Huh? What's happening here?
I spent all night writing my piece about the Phantom Weasel, and it was going to go to print this morning. But just as dawn broke, I suddenly received news that Caesar's fiancée, Gemma, had contacted the guards and confessed to having been the real Phantom Weasel all along.
That was quick.
Hmm?
Too late, bro.
Bro.
Ooh, that was quick, you say? It sounds like I've got some catching up to do. Please, fill me in.
Whoops.
Aha! My instincts did not lead me astray. You do have something to hide. Gemma turning herself in must have something to do with Linny's performance last night.
Maybe watching my high-altitude escape trick reminded her of a better time with Caesar, and she could no longer ignore the voice of her conscience.
Huh. Okay, then. Wait, no, there must be more to it. If that's all it took for her to have a change of heart, how did it take her 10 whole years?
Well...
Charlotte's journalistic spirit is burning red. We are going to have to distract her somehow.
Oh, I remember now. You and Gemma were nowhere to be found after the show. What happened between you? Quickfire question. Where did you all go after the show?
Oh, we went to the cemetery and Linny did a private magic trick just for us. Actually, glad you mentioned it, because that reminds Paimon, guess what? Linny started using rainbow roses in his tricks.
What?
The fuck? Are
I
you
don't
gay?
recall ever having received a rainbow rose from you myself.
Hey yo.
Is this supposed to mean that they're more important to you than your own sister?
Hey yo.
No, I just,
The Linny catching strays left and right.
Oh, did Paimon say something wrong again? This is getting pretty awkward. What do we do, Traveler?
Ei mitään.
Seems like this interview wasn't meant to be. Well, never mind. There's always next time. Forgive my persistence, but when there's explosive news waiting to be found, I can't turn away. The news about Gemma has already made waves, and I'll stop at nothing to get to the bottom of it all. Apparently, one of the things she said to the guards was that her final wish is to see Lorenzo one last time. Ah, there's clearly a web of complicated relationships there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I guess I'll leave you to continue the rest of your conversation in peace. Bye for now.
Lynette? Paimon didn't mean to...
Don't worry, I wasn't angry. I was just trying to distract her.
Oh, really? Oh, thank goodness. You scared Paimon there.
Phew. You and me both, Paimon. You and me both. At least it did the job, right?
Please, take good care of that rainbow rose. I'd be really upset if you lost it.
Ok, tsundere, what the fuck? Ai nyt se sitten loppu. Ai niin.
Should be a lighthouse of truth.
Nink. I can do that math. 210, YK, kone, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. No okei, saa aika monta näitä tehdä ennen kuin 4.20 näis. Ennen kuin tuo level 2 tulee täytteen. Mihin vittuun noi pystyy viemään? Oliko se jossain tässä vai tossa? Sitäkään en varmaan ikinä saa täyteen. Vittu 50, holy shit. Onko mä saanut palkintoa noin tekemisestä? Tuota paskaa. Joo. How long have I been here? Vittu 5,5 tuntia. Tsekatas.
Take it easy.
Joo. Joo.
Go! Water jet! Water jet! Water jet! Water jet! Water jet! Water jet!
Water jet.
Spring forth! Spring forth! Germinate! 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 Wipe out! Wipe out! Wipe out! Wipe out! Bombs away! Bombs away! Bombs away!
Vitun bombs. Onks täällä mitään uutta? Gigi being a ginky?
Okay, let's hear it.
You know those great big clockwork mecha they use for digging tunnels? Well, why not send them deep underwater and get them to dig a load of drainage holes? Then no one will have to worry about the water level rising anymore.
Sounds logical enough, but where do you think the water will go?
What does that matter? Think of it like a coin pouch. When there's a hole in it, what's the use in racking your brains trying to figure out where all the mora went? Because the fact is, a coin pouch with a hole wouldn't be able to hold it all anyway.
Well, I'd certainly like to know where all my mora goes, but from what you're saying,
Detective stories like Great Detective Herlock and the case files of Miss Orith are really popular in Fontaine.
They're also pretty complex. Can you even follow the plot?
Don't you underestimate Paimon? If Paimon read any of those novels, she'd definitely solve the mystery before she's even halfway through!
Okay, well, if you do, then keep it to yourself. You don't want to spoil the story for anyone else.
Paimon would never do that!
Although, you also have to watch out for people who use no spoilers as an excuse to shut down discussions.
When the truth is, they're just annoyed that a story they can't stand is getting so much attention.
Huh. Well, Paimon doesn't read much, so she wouldn't know anything about that kind of thing.
You see it a lot when two fans of Onibudo get talking. Someone will butt in and say something like, "Stop, don't spoil it for me. I'm only up to chapter 2 of volume 1.
Chapter 2? Yeah, clearly they have no intention of reading any further.
Hey, Paimon, you want to hear a secret?
Sure.
Listen carefully.
Mm-hmm.
Zhongli is Rex Lapis.
Hey, yo!
What a crazy twist! Why would you spoil? Oh, wait a second. We figured out that one ages ago.
Oi vitsi. Underwater cafe. Ai niin. Well. Well. That's fucking crazy, että ne nosti ton 1200 ton vitun artefaktin määrä. Kai se on joillekin hyvä asia.
Paimon's gonna give it an ugly nickname like... Bad Water.
Miten niin se oli super nasty pop?
Nickname like... The more Paimon looks, the sadder Paimon gets. These were all girls with their own hopes and dreams. Paimon can't bear to look anymore. For Paimon's sake, you read it. Paimon's super shocked for sure, but isn't there an age mismatch? Or is Paimon still missing something? They should be able to prove Navia's theory. Who would have imagined that people could really turn into water? Paimon can't tell how deep this pool is. And Paimon's not about to dip her toes into check. Here we go again, trying to crack an impossible case. All proof and no motive. If Paimon was shocked, Paimon would probably help whoever Paimon finds more trustworthy. Someone like... the Traveler. Paimon doesn't feel like he was lying to us. He seems good friends with Navia. Could he really be the culprit? Navia called him Uncle. So it couldn't have been him, right? How could it be? He's so close to her. Has he been deceiving her all this time?
Semmosta.
Why would it be him? How strange. Gosh, no wonder the serial disappearances never got solved. We all heard that noise, didn't we? The performance would not have been visible from where the doors were guarded. If Paimon were on duty, she would have snuck back into the audience seating. Well, there was no chance Paimon could have seen that the box had 2 layers. And that's why only the 2 of them can perform this trick. There was no third person. And Paimon didn't eat more than 3 macarons either. Digging a tunnel just for a magic trick? Whew, that must have been a lot of work. Who would have imagined that people could really turn into water? That size wouldn't have been a problem for Paimon. Paimon hopes he's telling the truth. seem likely that anyone could have been there. Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand. This rope was obviously tampered with. People needed to register and reserve a seat for the show. That, combined with this number selector, could allow you to pick a young lady instead of some old fogey. Paimon doesn't get this at all. You think about it for a bit, Traveler. This flower vase is probably a prop for the show. But it also could have been used in the crime. This is probably a prop, too. Oh, looks like it could hook onto a lot of things. Like the Traveler's fishing rod!
Not my fishing rod. Am I supposed to? Yo, I don't care, I think. Oh, yeah. Oh my days. Hmm. Tämä mun piti näyttää. Aivan. Nää Wanderille tuli 5 toivetta sitten. Tonne asti pitää mennä. Onko täällä on niinku venettä tai mitään? Tai semmoista vitun lentopaskaa. Vittu, täällä on näitä ei. Tää helvetti, olette pahiksi nykyään.
Born of ice and frost. next on the agenda?
I don't know. Okay, now transfer that to my headphones. Now you're gone. I realize my love for you was strong.
Follow the wind.
The fuck is that? Isoja rapuja.
Solidify.
The wind knows me.
Meininki vidun Pokemon.
Gotcha. No touching.
Onks toi kuumaa vettä? Oh my god, se tekee damagea. Vittu mitä paskaa ihan oikeesti. Joni vittu opettele hyppäämään ihan oikeesti. Oi bergelä, I swear to God. Täytyykö tässä alkaa käyttää kikiä vittu? Ihan sama. Not fucking her. Ihan sama. Let her die. Tää vitun peli. Jösses. Mikä tämä on? Okei. Okay. Mitä vittua tää tapahtuu? Älkää kiusatko meidän koiraa. Sis. Iirus. Keikaus. Kaikubad. Mä oon varmaan aika pitkä storyquesti, kun tätä ei voi skipata vittu nopeasti.
One with nature. Quietly now.
Ahaa, nyt vois kyllä vai? Mamer. I'm not a furry, but... Oh no. Oh my fucking god. It gives you a good 314 primos and this furnishing right here, so I'd say worth it. Aika hieno painting, noin vaan. Ja tämä näkee ihan vitun pitkä. Vittu pitkä questi. Happy Aranajakka 2. Yep, I ain't doing all that. Kiitti, mut ei kiitti. Tämä mä kyllä haluan käydä tekemässä. Hey, yo. Sir, ma'am. Ei tässä niinku 2 bossia, mutta vaan toisen palkinnot voi saada. I'll try them both. Hello. Oi, oi, oi.
Stabilize.
Gotcha.
Okay, you are very weak.
Born of ice and frost.
Tämä on ehkä pelin hienoin bossi. I ain't gonna lie.
Gather. Into the wind. Busted. Access denied.
Where did your man go? Sheesh. Okay, okay.
Gotcha. Born of ice and frost.
Solidify.
Gather. Into the wind. Access denied.
Jos on muijat ottaa enemmän damagea kuin toi ukko vai? Alright. Can I fight the other one now? Pitäis mun venaa, että toi spawnaa vittu. Yeah. Nemesis of Coppelius. Everybody in the club.
If you lie on the grass, you can feel
More data. Tulen myöhemmin kai takaisin sitten.
Take it easy.
Kapitán. No se voinut skipatakin, mutta... Loving you. Arataki Hurricane. Sinne varmaan pääsee. Dösel. I don't know.
Take it easy.
Stabilize.
Kania Hurricane. Arataki Hurricane.
Born of ice and frost.
Gotcha. Treasure.
Give me
One
that.
way to draw your target out of hiding.
Jahas, mitenköhän tonne pääsee? Kania Hurricane. Arataki Hurricane. Älä sano, että mun pitää mennä jostain tuolta veden alta tai jotain. Sheesh. God damn bro, älä sano helvetti perkele. No niin, nyt taistellaan. No se ylös. Wow! Se sut tökki.
Order guide you. Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Blaze over. Access denied.
Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now.
Hän kutistui niin paljon. On niin pieni.
Got
of ice and frost.
One with nature.
Quietly now.
Ihan hauska bossi. Ei liian vaikea. Ja siinä olikin tärkeää. Pam pam pam. The fuck? Tein jonkun tehtävän, josta en edes tiennyt olevan. Sasitachi. Me oltais osannut poikkasta.
Take it easy.
Hajime. Pelaan nimisesti. So how do you differ? Onko se vaan ne hyökkäys, mitä ne tekee?
As one with wind and cloud. Into the wind.
Here comes the catch.
I will have order.
Busted.
Näköjään.
Stabilize.
Ihan hauska.
One with nature.
Quietly now.
No touching.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Oh, shotana.
Solidify.
The wind knows me.
Gotcha.
This is order. Stabilize.
All hail.
One with nature. Clouds high. The birds turn.
Alrighty then. Jalaset. Sasitachi. No olisikohan se siinä sitten. Kyllä varmaan. Ai vittu nyt toi. No. Vittu, siinä on pitkä artisti. Nimi. No joo. Vittu näitä underwater-meemiä. Eikä siinä ollut sitten Fontaine täältä erää, niin. Ensi kerralla sitten varmaan jatkuu, mikä ikinä sieltä tuleekaan. Mä haluaisin kyllä jossain välissä tehdä näitä hangoutteja. Mä en tiedä vielä milloin, niin saa nähdä. Siihen asti. Minä menen tekemään jotain muuta, koska nyt ei jaksa. Kyllä minä voisin jaksaa, mutta olisi muutenkin tekemistä. Joten hei hei.